Good morning. Morning to everyone except my asshole neighbor. One second, chat. There we go. For some reason, Windows forgot my mic settings again. As it likes to do. But yeah, so apologies if there's background noise. For some reason, at exactly 8:58 a.m., my neighbor decided to start leaf blowing. Like I don't know. That just kind of seems a little shitty. I'm not mad. I'm a little mad. Anyway. Hope y'all are having a great day. I fell asleep very early last night, so I woke up very early today. So I've been up and about for a while, and it's weird. It's weird not rolling out of bed to stream. Ugh. Hey Reckless Monster, Strawberry Sinju, Itsukado, Ryorian, Jack, Cheese, Loves to Spooge, Envoy. Noticed an issue with the enemies may be infused with a random element curse last night. Instead of working out, it says every enemy's encounter infused with the same element. Yeah, it's each encounter is random, and then each room will be each encounter that rolls that element will be entirely that element. Hope everything's been going well for you. Been a hot minute since I last dropped into the stream, but I've been consumed with Destiny, as most other Destiny players will tell you. Love you and enjoy the content you create. Keeney Senior, Big Brain, Borderlands plays, Wonderlands plays. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it, and I hope you're enjoying Destiny. I hope it's treating you well. Still in wake up phase. Only been awake for a couple hours. Yeah, normally I take like an hour from me waking up to me going live. But I've been up for like 4 hours now. So, weird. Weird for me. Having an amazing day so far? Hey, glad to hear it. Hey, Brucey, how you doing? Dex, good to see you. So, today we're doing more melee stuff. And, I changed how the character looks, and it looks pretty cool. I had an idea yesterday that I kind of want to commit to in this stream. Morning, homie Data, how you doing? So, like, this is a melee build. I'm playing a Stabomancer. I'm stabbing things with a big old greatsword. They're rack spells. We just need to get the rack spell. The rack build. It never stops moving forward. Never stops killing. I never stop using my action skill. The prophecy has been fulfilled. For those unfamiliar, there is a copy pasta from a while ago about the rack build, and it's come true. It will become the Flack of Wonderlands with actual dope melee. So like melee is fun. Rate melee 1 to 10. Legitimately like a 7, which is way better than what I would rate actual meleeing things in BL3, which was like a 2. It's really fun. Treat me as well as a random roll system can treat me. Keen to watch you just for some shit while lurk and slowly fall asleep. I feel you there. For sure. I have a question if anyone can answer. The anoint from your melee doesn't apply to your guns too, right? It does. It does. So think of your melee slot as kind of a passive one, like your shield slot and like your spell slot. Those are just ones you have for having it equipped. The guns require you to have that gun in your hand. Melee in BL3 and even BL2 is kind of... in BL2, Krieg was incredibly well supported for melee, and Zero kind of worked in spite of not being that supported. But BL3 didn't support character-based melee in the same way that BL2 did. But Wonderlands has kind of gone back around and been like, okay, hey, we're gonna actually do that. So it takes a little bit more effort than perhaps what people are used to, but it's absolutely very good. I love dashing enemies with melee. Yeah, Pico, that's neuron activation. I love big greatsword, so I don't have the lunge a lot of the time, but it's still fun. Can't call it rack stab again since that'll be confusing. How about Quastab or rack stabo? We'll figure out a name. So change the character's look. It's all masky and stuff. I think it looks neat. Things we still want for this build. I really, really, really want, and I know Cheese was looking for this too, a Cryo Banshee, at least chaotic. At least chaotic. Obviously, volatile Cryo Banshee would be like the play, you know, with high crit, 30% if I can get one. So currently I'm still using this shock one, with the consecutive melee swing enchant. I've got an Echo Hilt, which is, the more I get weird with this, the more this Echo one's having value. So, I don't know. For the most part, we hold a live wire, but we don't need to hold the live wire. That's the cool thing. We can hold other guns, and it works fine. So I am still looking out for guns with high melee modifiers. Like, the highest I've seen is Liquid Cooling is 25. So keep an eye out for bladed weapons and check the values on those. Another thing I'm messing around with, and thanks Dex for providing the save for this, for the chaotic one. I haven't moved it to this character yet, but I want to mess with the Tootherator. So science is still ongoing for that. In terms of my spell slot, there's a lot of flexibility here. I think ideally I want a Spectral Talons like this with spell charge and 2 projectile parts. I think that's the goal. Now this is like close-ish to that and fits the vibe, and it happened to come with this enchant out of the box, so like whatever. Body rune for healing on kill. Also we got the ASA lightning enchant, which is actually ASS 60 seconds, but we are in our action skill a lot. I'm gonna try out this this amulet today, I think, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna go about it. So like, I don't have a companion right now, but something I could do is I got this elemental blast, which is pretty cool looking. It's got 3 crit damage parts, it's chaotic, and it spawns a Hydra on impact. So like, that's pretty good. And I could use that to trigger that amulet, so maybe we try that. Maybe we try that first. Also, I need to take some gun rings out of my my storage, because there's a couple bosses that I do just switch into a gun spec and shoot. So I'll have to... Work is ongoing on figuring out those. I do shoot Drill, I shoot Banshee. Yeah, I can melee all the other ones though. Even Dragon Lord. Barring unique legendaries, do all guns have universal basic crit, or does it vary from gun to gun? Some guns will get extra innate crit, like Magic Barrel, Black Powder Shotguns, for example, have higher crit. But as far as I know, generally speaking, outside of like uniques, yeah, they all have the base crit of 5%. Morning BFG, how you doing? Do gun damage rings stack? Yes, they do. It's okay, I've been trying to see what roles the Insight Ring from a side quest can roll with, as I think it might work well with my builds. Cool. At least I believe the gun damage rings stack, Chester. There's no reason to believe they don't. But I suppose it's worth a test. Game can be weird sometimes. Need to find my rings. Icons not loading is frustrating. Okay, what do I have for gun damage here? Always helpful. I try to be. So this is a good one. Chaotic, gun damage, action skill cooldown, action skill duration, pistol crit damage. Exactly what I'm looking for. Beautiful. These will just be emergency rings to switch to in the event that there's a boss we just don't want to fucking deal with. That might be okay. Pistol crit damage. Let's see, what else is in here? Yeah, we'll take that one. That one. Cool. So we got gun rings now. Okay, let's toggle our loot luck in the appropriate way. Oh, hey, this one has loot luck on it. Cool. Now let's do some Chaos Chambers. Melee. Only 5%, so maxing out Dex and having Stabos, best like 8 or 9%. Yes, but remember with guns, you can still hit crit spots. And then there's lots of other ways to get crit chance as well. Playing Black Ops 3 to cope with not being able to play Wonderlands and having dogshit RNG in Destiny 2. Shadows of Evil truly savor. Shadows of Evil was a great map, for sure. Hey Giraffe Cat, how you doing? Good to see you. It's nice looking skin. You like it? I was gonna use photo mode, but that causes a bug. Yeah, I think my character looks nice. Look at that. You got this thing going on. I think he looks pretty cool. If I did good fashions, he does from time to time. How you doing, Matt? Fashion lands the true end game? Absolutely, Wraithlord. You know it. Hey, Pupty, how are you today? So, like, we hit really hard in From the Shadows. Like, one-tap enemies. Kinda hard. When you drop Saw Blades? No thank you. Do Saw Blades do melee damage? No, there's no way they do, right? That'd be cursed. Hey Ziggy, how you doing? Melee doing more damage than my entire build. It's fun to min-max around this kind of stuff, Tyler. I like doing that. And this is a melee build. I've put all my power into doing that exact thing. Do you collect all dice in new playthroughs? I don't usually.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Hey.
10 months longer than my longest relationship. Quack 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 KWAHKWAHKWAH.
But they never took care of you the way I do, New Mexibent. Thank you so much for the 20 months of the tier 2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. The support means a lot. Yeah, I'm thinking a Hydra spell to trigger my amulet is definitely the play. And that one's pretty nice to have. I gotta get better uptime though. What do you think, chat? What's the lowest cooldown you guys have seen on a Hydra spell? All the stonks for the bonks, you know it. Got a volatile triple ice spike that's 1596 times 4, and I don't understand why it seems to be so much more damage than other stuff. That's a lot of card damage, Dion. 1596 times 4 is like really high. That is extremely high for a spell. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's just really high for anything. Texas Speech let me down on the last bit. Ah, it's fine. You're fine. You have a video on this build or something? Not yet. Not yet. I'm thinking about making one. If that's something you guys would want to see. Not using the burr capstone? I am using the burr capstone. Super Saiyan green hair going. I mean, who at the start thought Bounty Hunter had corrosive bonus damage? Exactly, Resolve. Good to see you, by the way. 17 seconds I've seen. So this one is 17.8 without cooldown parts. Elemental Blast with Hydra part. Thinking maybe I go for that if the cooldown is a bit lower. Just Burgeoning Triple Ice Spike. I don't know if it's some sort of God Roll or what. It seems pretty good. Get free Wyverns through Snake Stick, although I don't know if you want to trade out your current melee. I'm aware of Snake Stick's existence, and no, there is no universe where I trade Banshee for that. Because that damage. Love hitting stuff with a pan. The sound is great. What would you drop? Twin Soul Rampage Warrior, no thank you. I'd use Banshee, but Ragnarok's too fun to use. Ragnarok kind of annoys me with the range. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being unpleasable. I want to see someone try to beat the game melee only. There's certain things that you kind of can't melee. Like there's a mechanic in the Dragon Lord fight that, to my knowledge, there's no way to just melee. Now maybe Fatebreaker projectiles hit it. I haven't tried that, but like I doubt it. There's also a couple times in the story where they force you to shoot a gun. I don't think 100% pure melee is a thing you can do for like a story playthrough in this game. You can do Chaos Chamber runs where you don't shoot if you get the right bosses. Goodbye. Water got me, but that's fine. Try to melee only Banshee at level 11, you're probably gonna have a bad time. Likely Bless the Blades, likely. How you doing? Can you melee the blue raid boss? You can... Yeah, you can. You can. Because you can make it land with the mechanics. It'd be awkward as hell, but you can do it. Hey Jaybridge, how you doing? Mr. Adblock, good to see you. Always good to see an Arcane Bolt. Like that spell. Keep you posted on that then with my playthrough, and Banshee's pretty doable to Ghostblade, just avoid her on cooldown. Ghostblade isn't melee. It's melee, but you know, it's not melee. That was a barrel. That was a barrel. Well, I barreled myself with Blast Chill. Barrel. Be careful where you Blast Chill. Ghostblade is it deals melee damage. Stop resisting shock. That troll got fucked. Trolls have a lot of HP too. That's a really good sign build-wise. Holo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Holy shit, thank you. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know me, a lot of you probably do know me. I'm Quag. I do build stuff and things and stuff. We're doing melee stuff today. We're swinging around a big old greatsword, also fashion lance. Holo, look at my character. Look. He's so pretty. He's so adorable. He's all fashioned up and it matches your color scheme. Now that I think about it, that's cool. I don't know. You keep explaining, please. Well, I like long walks on the beach. Unconditionally supporting the homies. Being contrary on the internet to prove points. I take my coffee black with no sugar. Do I just keep saying things? Is that how this works? Actual drip. You know, sometimes I don't try to make my characters look as cursed as possible. What is your perfect day? My perfect day is playing this game. Simple answer, I know. But I absolutely love Wonderlands, and I'm already having a ridiculously good time making builds. Look, we got a melee build that we run around and hit things once with a greatsword and they die. That's pretty fun. Sometimes it takes two. And this is Chaos 20. Jelly, good to see you. How you doing? But yeah, people who were here before Holo's raid, please make sure if you're not already. I'm sure all of you are, but just in case some of you slipped through the cracks, go drop a follow. Do the thing. Lovely individual. Fantastic community, and really appreciate the raid. Thank you. Love me some sugarless bean juice. Exactly. Exactly. It's bitter, just like me when people say melee isn't good in this game. You just gotta invest. And I think it's working out pretty well. We just go stealth and we swing greatsword till thing dead. Very unga bunga of me, but it works.
This'll come in handy.
Late again, still use the clogs. No worries, Al. You can't be late. You're right on time. How you doing? And I started early, so. Oh no, we went down. Whatever will we do? Rogue. I gotta do something with that gun. For thematic reasons.
I feel magical.
Mistimed that jump horribly. No, I'm not sweet without sugar in my coffee. Okay, if this is Banshee again, I'm gonna be upsetty. I've gotten Banshee like 4 runs in a row somehow. It's seeming... Okay, Dragon Lord, that's okay. I am gonna have to shoot the dragon, but I can melee the rest. Thank you. You're also an amazing being, and one of the reasons why most of us know the things numbers are do about this game and many others. Oh, I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. So the cool thing about the Dragon Lord is he takes kind of physics impacts appropriate for his size, which is nice attention to detail by Gearbox. Like, if you hit him in the face with a gigantic piece of metal, he staggers.
My potion. Now this is a battle. Back in business. See that? Not working once again. Taking the
Easy. Any chance to drop a save file on Discord? Maybe. I'm still working on it, to be honest, Akame. But it's looking pretty good so far.
every single one of these.
Until he does that.
Today. Blazing.
Wish his health bar didn't bug out like that every time. Oh, don't knock my second wind target away, Dragon Lord. That's so rude. That is beyond toxic. Okay. Morning, Chester. How you doing?
Magic time.
They're ads, right? Yeah.
Big on tower.
Ooh, unfortunate.
I still got some life left in me. Freak! Enemy in my sights.
Your hero's journey
Ow, that was a rude burn at death.
Bring that one down.
rise and destroy this hero.
Just gotta finish off Bernadette, and then it's easy street for the rest. There we go. Melee Dragon Lord. Hey Vald, how you doing? Needs foods, will do in the lurks. While doing so, y'all stay cute. No you, Holo. Thank you so much once again. I appreciate it. Any intentions of picking up the new LEGO game? I hadn't really thought about it. I imagine this game will keep me busy for a bit, and got the Godfall update in a couple days. I'll be playing that as well. I don't really have room for other games at the moment. A slashing performance, hey Grumpy. All I hear is the money pickup sound. True. Any rolled Bone Carver yet? Which combo is that? Which combo's Bone Carver? Is that Stabo Claw? Amp and Vampire. Do you just call that Vampire for short? Stabo Graveborn. Yeah, I have a Stabo Graveborn build, actually. Bless the Blades. It's a gun build. I use the Reaper of Bones action skill to constantly re-trigger the Selective Amnesia armor, and then I zoom around for damage. That's a good class. Area damage, 1 in Lord of Edges, 4 in Arsenal. That's really good. Taking that. Empire, I like that. I like that, Brucey. We're doing that. This game, Godfall update, Wonderlands update, there really is no time. Yeah, it really do be like that. So, this felt good, probably because of the big lightning damage and Berserker power. Status effect damage doesn't hurt either, but I need more companion stuff to really get mileage out of that red text. Although, you know, 6 seconds is a pretty good window. I throw out the Hydra, it lasts for probably like 6, 7, 8 seconds. It's a good window. It's just gotta crit once. And I'm critting all the time. So there's a Stinger be like shield? No. Also, hi Stoneman. How you doing? Blood Bag. Dark magic efficiency is always nice, but I'm not really doing dark magic right now. That's a Skeep. Frost damage Spore Warden. It's trying, but not hard enough. I should really be hitting the melee thing. I want that Cryo Chaotic Banshee. That's what I need. Because specifically having, sorry, a Frost one. Specifically having a Frost one will allow my Blast Chill to double dip my Frost damage bonuses. So potentially much harder hitting Blast Chills. So I should really funnel everything into that. And as you can see, the melee bunny hates my guts. It is not having my shit today. Well, unfortunate. But yeah, in terms of the spec, if anyone's curious, full Berserker tree. I did respec a little bit since playing this on stream yesterday. Stabo down to a point in Contagion. And then we've got Max Haste, Max Arsenal, Max Follow-Up, Max Exploit Their Weakness. I think I have Max Swift Death. But yeah, then Berserker 3, 3, 3, 5, 1 Unarmored Defense, because you always take that. Max Blood Frenzy, 1 in Ancient Fury, because Blast Chill formula. Relentless Rage, of course, Blast Chill, Max Iron Squall, and Berserker Capstone. Look, I just replying? Yeah. What's your luck currently at? 22k. 22k loot luck, and that still happens. So, it is still ultimately RNG. I've had way better runs than that with, like, 15k loot luck. I've had worse runs than that with 40k loot luck. Depends. So your hero stats? Sure. Max crit damage, and then I maxed spell cooldown, and then I put the rest in crit chance. Are you saying it's random? Big if true. Big if true. Let's do another run.
Come on, have some fun.
Now we can totally get like a sub 10 on this build if we don't get an Cyclops seed, and if for our boss we get LeChance, Zomboss, Nightmare, or Son of a Witch. Or Vorkanar. Basically any of the ground-based bosses, if we get those, we're good. We're chilling. It's specifically the ones that that have don't stand near me mechanics. Namely Banshee and Drill. Those are the ones you don't want on this boss. Even Dragon Lord is doable, as I showed. It's just Banshee and Drill you don't want to run into on this.
Remember this. You could have run.
Oh, nice Barrow. I'll take the L. Okay, if you make a drill more melee friendly, what would you change? I would alter the void thing he sits in, the grape drink he sits in. So that it's not as ridiculously punishing. Because as it stands currently, it just drains your health. Straight to your health, bypasses your ward, and it does so very quickly. Apparently, Joe was messing around with a Deathless build, and you cannot run a Deathless build and step in that. You touch it even for a millisecond, you just straight up die. So maybe I'd change that. Because Drill is kind of chilling just at the edge of your range. You have to stand on the corner of the platform to hit him with melee weapons. And when you're doing so, he can just kind of dunk you in the drink very easily. I'm keep a hand in the arena. That could work too. That could work. Oh. Game? Game, you okay? Game is, having a fit. That Cyclops just shot a barrel. I've been outplayed. Is there ever a case suspecting to actually skill cooldown over spell cooldown with this build? If you were to do this without Berserker Capstone, then yes, I would take ability cooldown rather than spell cooldown. Or action skill cooldown, rather. So, like, because I have Berserker Capstone, just getting a kill gives me back a huge amount of cooldown. And Berserker Capstone also increases the uptime of all my activations, so I'm in fewer situations where my action skill is even on cooldown to begin with. It's awful when Lego drops in the drill goop. Yeah.
Reveal.
There we go. Melee good. Oh, by the way, Reviver hits hard. Like, this thing does damage. So, it's not necessarily missing out on a damage spell if you want to hold that for utility, revive things occasionally. You can also just kill things with it. It's just an Arc Torrent. You can kill things. Pretty good, actually. Is Transistor Shield any good? Can be. It can be. The thing with the ward slot is that there's a couple that just kind of stand head and shoulders above everything else. Namely, the Body Rune, which is what I'm using right now. You see that in a lot of builds because it's a bonus element of the fire variety on kill, and it's kind of hard to get good fire damage in this game. Unless you're Clawbringer. But also, Body Rune heals you on kill, so it just does so much. And the other popular option you see is the Cursed Wit, which is a huge damage multiplier to close-range enemies while your ward is broken. And there's kind of nothing that competes with those two on the same level. There's a couple other wards that do have use cases, and there's some that have some good effects that just haven't been delved into yet. But the ward slot is definitely weird.
I feel magical.
Also good to pet revive your Swarwood. Yeah, Reviver for getting the mushroom up is nice. That's a sentence. Every time you see Drill as a Chaos 20 boss, I die a little inside, it takes way too long. There's a couple bosses that I have no shame in what I resort to on this build. Like, if I get Drill or Banshee, I do just immediately equip a Buffmeister, put on gun damage rings, and switch to Liquid Cooling.
That'd be the worst of them. Flying Reaper. Onward.
He drops nothing but body runes. That's a good thing, though. Body rune is one of the best items in the game. You also get a lot of crystals, which then you can use to decide what loot you get. Is it not worth purchasing the enemies to elite on your runs? It can be. I've been doing some elite rooms this run. I did 2 elite rooms so far this run. I just don't always do it. Those 2 blast chills back to back, that's nutty. There we go. Love going and fight for your life and there's not one mob around because of the lovely density. That's part of why Skeep is so crutch right now, Theon. It just gets you out of those situations very easily. But I'm not running a Skeep right now because I don't always want to crouch up. Do we try melee against blue? I've not attempted that before. I still don't have the frost one, so like it'd be scuffed, but do we try it? Is Blast Chill like melee short fuse? Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Coordinate Empathy. Using a last gasp with glass cannon skill, but without mage armor, so I'll always have the bonuses, works pretty well, especially with the liquid cooling. Yeah, last gasp has definitely some cases on bossing. And just general maintaining your ammo. Where is the... You know, whatever, we'll figure it out. If my game stops stuttering, that'd be cool, though. Oh, you're just right down here. Okay. Don't bump into obstacles. Okay, we'll do blue on our melee build. So I tried FTS. What's FTS? From the Shadows. How is it, Cheese? Are you happy because you don't like it? Hey, Zomboss. Oh no, it's just better, isn't it? GG's on boss. Hey, last gasp. I wonder what the ammo regen value on that is. It's so much better. Yeah. Yeah. From the Shadows, you mean Deceptaway? Yes. How you doing, Remy? What do you want from a Frost Banshee? I want a 30% crit roll, chaotic or volatile Frost Banshee, with probably ideally an Echo hilt. Yo, Chad, thank you for the 21 months. Holy shit, time's weird. I'll be your cutie idiot anytime. How you doing? Because the frost element Banshee would the frost damage would double dip on Blast Chill. So like the initial hit gets boosted by Ancestral Frost, and then the Blast Chill would get boosted by that again.
Such a grand answer.
Big damage.
Avast! Always wanted to say that.
Tastes like green butt wipes, you know what I mean?
Where's the tracking? Hello?
That, yes! Enemy in my sights!
There we go. Alright, here we go. It's go time. You can kind of do it. Yeah, if I had a Frost Banshee, this would be doable in a reasonable amount of time. Oh, that's a mimic. That's rude. What the fuck, game? That's actually toxic. Trying to get ammo in the boss fight, and it's like, mimic. Hey, Evan, how you doing? Luke, why did you not... Okay, what is this? I guess I'll shoot you now. Because Luke just didn't come over. Peter Panda, how are you today? Why does Echo seem to be such value in this build? Livewire, Banshee Orbs, Blast Shield considered non-melee? Yes, all of those things are non-melee. Actually, Banshee Orbs might be melee. I need to test that, but I've never seen Blast Chill proc off of them, so I think they're non-melee. Yeah, Echo's the only one that's directly like, hey, do more damage. Gloop, are you just stuck? Okay, I guess Gloop has decided that's its home over there. Is it the Mimic that's keeping it aggroed there? Is it fighting the Mimic?
Oh no, I don't have a bad time. I only have energy.
Why is it still there? Okay. Banshee Orbs are melee, they proc Blast Chill? Okay, there we go. I've just not seen it proc Blast Chill. So it's Livewire and the other thing. Brain no work right now. The lava is rising. We'll just do this, because I don't have the right element melee weapon yet. Got a cheeky Echo in there. Gloop. I don't know how many it takes before, like, the entire area is lava.
Whatever. Just take some shiny stuff and go.
God, is that? This is liquid cooling. It's like the boss and gun people use right now. Blazing Volley. Meh. Thirst doesn't need spell to be used to proc. What do you mean? The lava wasn't rising? It was. It was. It goes up each cycle you do. What's causing it to not heat up? That's the legendary effect of it, Houdini Who. The liquid cooling restores some heat when you crit. I recorded a thing, I'll post in Discord in a minute. Okay, I'm scared. Volatile Banshee incoming, hopefully. But you know how this bunny is for me. Archmage Snake Stick. Would it be a Borderlands game if the lava wasn't rising? Well, that's a chaotic Banshee, but it's non-elemental. It's non-elemental and lower crit damage. I'll take it just because it's a chaotic Banshee and the game is trying. Game, what the fuck? Channel spell thing where you just don't charge it in third procs. Oh, it's that? Oh yeah, the fake casting thing? Yeah, no thank you. But still, that's alarming. It'd be too easy if you could reroll elemental damage on weapons. Yeah, I think that's something that they would never ever cave on. Now, the thing is, that's something I'm willing to accept. Wrong element, I dislike it, but I understand that being part of the nature of the game and stuff. It's the enchantment part. Like, this is not even me thinking about enchants. If you look at the Banshees I got, neither of these are even enchanted to begin with, and you get a maximum of 11 rerolls per item before you can never reroll it again. So let's say one of these had been the exact thing I was looking for. Well, better hope I roll it fast enough. Spam didn't watch my cooldown, just keep jumping. Ugh.
I feel magical.
Fortifying sigil. I don't think I have one on this character. I should probably change that. Another one. I'm ready to get that volatile Cryo Banshee, and then for it to have a bad hilt, no enchant, and the low crit damage roll. I'm prepared. I'm prepared for this. I will scream, I will cry. But I am prepared. I just want real fast spell cooldown for third proc so I can spam from the shadows. I even went all in on ability spell cooldown in hero stats, sacrificing all crit chance, some crit damage. The way I'm getting from the shadows uptime is Berserker Capstone. But if you want to keep Stabble Capstone, then yeah, that makes sense. Arcane Bolt is great for that. Weapon using now, is it better for clearing ads and liquid cooling? I feel like I've seen it used across a lot of builds. This is the Livewire. So the reason why you've probably seen the Livewire used a lot is it's got two legendary gimmicks. One is that enemies you shoot will cause an arc to nearby enemies. The other one is that every other melee hit you do will cause an arc to nearby enemies. So this is the strongest known melee stat stick right now. It's also just a good gun to shoot. And there's not too many weapons that are good for direct damage dealing in terms of uniques of the shock element. A lot of the shock element guns will be non-uniques that you tend to shoot, but Livewire is kind of an exception to that. So it's just a good all-around gun for a lot of stuff. Stabbo Capstone plus Blast shows my plan still. Yeah. Yeah, in that case, third is going to be your next best bet for uptime. Yeah. There's also that enchant cheese. I don't know if you stumbled across it yet, but this gun enchant, you could get this on something with a fast reload, or not even something with a fast reload, just a regular old gun, because it does have diminishing returns, so spamming it at the front just kind of means you're not spacing it out very well. But just having this on your gun could be nice for uptime as well. Obviously not for like liquid cooling, but if you were to use, say, a Nightshade or you know, a sticky gun of some kind. Got that reload enchant on a chaotic handbow. Nice. Volatile has 205 damage and yours has 215. On which? This one? Oh yeah, you got a low roll on your Volatile then. Although, is it a 2 ammo per shot one? Because then it'll just do double the listed. It'll consume double the ammo, but it'll do double the listed card damage, which means yours has higher DPS. Could be that.
No time for rest. Serves you right. Ah, keep them coming. Back in business.
Yep. Love and Stab Berserker with Spinning Knife of Death, full melee damage status effect build at the moment. This is the first actually viable melee build I've seen. Definitely will try. Oh, I'm glad you're liking it, No Rambo. I've seen a couple melee builds. Moxie put together a pretty cool one. Yeah, I haven't seen too many people doing this, and I wanted to take a stab at it. Stab. Also, I just wanted to swing a greatsword for damage. So. Noticed during a melee playthrough, goblins are surprisingly annoying, so they keep moving away. Yeah, goblins, zombies, and crabs have very, hit or miss AI. Hey, McBain. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're, getting good use out of the perks, emotes, yada yada yada. Thank you. I suppose I'd want an Archmage hilt the most, even more than Echo, because that would let me spam more spells in general. Not a bad ring. Stab. Strimmer made it funny. Strimmer tries. So basically, I want any... I can make a case for any of the hilts, except I don't want Rampage, and I'd prefer not to have Caustic. Any of the other ones would be fine. Warrior would just be good, Echo would be good, Archmage would be good. Ancient wouldn't be ideal, but I could justify it. Most preferably, though, would be Echo, Warrior, or Archmage. Yeah, I'm not doing that on this one. Warrior's the damage reduction increase? Yes. Yes, Pika. Talk about spicy air. Weird jellyfish cow things make the air hurt bad. That's a sentence, Stump, and I love that sentence. Well done. That's fast room. I mean, we could do Gloop pretty easily, as long as we just switch rings and do liquid cooling. I think we'll do Gloop just for crystals. We'll just switch rings. Okay, that's not too bad. Chat, you saw that. You saw that hit detection is absolute bullshit. I have witnesses. I have witnesses. Toxic game. Escort mission. At least there's no enemies. Imagine having to do that while fighting. Ugh. I must say, that was a series of very satisfying swings.
I can cast again.
You deliver Echo with Slam? I believe so. I'm pretty sure, actually, yeah.
Did you really think I would stay down?
No, I was attempting to test, and I went down. I'm pretty sure. Eyeball's worse for melee. It can be tough, Hebrew Hammer. It can be tough. Luckily for the smaller weapons, you do have the slide lunge, which will let you hit them regardless. For the great swords, it's a little awkward. Sometimes I do just shoot the live wire or the White Rider. I'll buy that just in case we get a rude boss. Give into your primal urge and shoot them like true savage. Oh, it's drill. All right. I hear the music instantly and I'm like, fuck. Well, this is fine. Because what we do in this case... Do I have any other Buffmeisters with Pew? That's just this one. Fine. Just hard switch our gear over. Play Hammer Circle melee and eat the hammer at the eyes. You could. You could do that. Damn it, Daryl. Yeah, making me switch gear from melee. I could do this melee partially. Phase 2 I haven't figured out with melee yet. But I'd rather just get through this one. So liquid cooling it is. It's not as fun, sad that some bosses can't melee. Yeah, it's pretty much just this guy and Banshee. Some of the other bosses are a lot of fun to melee. Son of a Witch melee, super fun. Dragon Lord melee, very fun as well. An enemy just fall through the floor. Okay, hi, bye. Daryl's the Marty of this game. True.
My spell is ready.
See, From the Shadows actually does, like, stop aggro if you time it well. Like, he had no idea where I was, so he just did nothing. And you can do that with melee. For predictably hilarious results.
The champion returns.
Ow. Quack, it's leg day, but I don't want to help me out here. Think about the yams, Grumpy. Think about the yams you're gonna have when you're done with leg day.
Who knew heroism required
You're gonna be all caked up on a Tuesday. Senior DPS makes me feel I've severely misspec'd my character. This is a very try-hard DPS setup to trivialize bosses that my build isn't equipped for, according to MP. That's just liquid cooling plus Buffmeister being crazy. That's all that is. Any build can do that. I throw this on for the stuff that I literally cannot melee, and that's it. So, only hidden bosses, Banshee, and Drill. Otherwise, I use my normal setup. Oh hey, you can skate up that. I didn't know that. That's good info. Out of 3 rune bosses, which one do you think is the easiest? This one.
Tastes like green butt wipes, you know what I mean?
This one for sure. Okay, why is the tracking so good when going for you, but like, pain. Okay, I can switch back to actual gear now. Green Boss and I are on speaking terms. Yeah, Green Boss is giving a lot of people a lot of trouble. I have terrible reflexes, so it does punish me pretty effectively, not gonna lie. But I still don't mind it that much. It is my least favorite of the hidden bosses, the green one, but I still don't mind it, per se. Okay, we are back in the correct spec. Why can't green be meleeed? I mean, it can be, it's just awful, and I don't have the gear to do that yet.
Here's some shiny stuff. Go strap it up your butt.
Got a crossblade. 666 card damage. That had to have been intentional. I just don't see when it's low DPS time on him what I gotta do. So, green, each of its super telegraphed animations, it'll pause for a second, and it has a certain spot on its body where you can shoot to interrupt that animation, do a chunk of damage, and build its enrage meter up. After doing that 3 times, it enrages, at which point the weak spots for those attacks turn off for a bit. It gains a damage over time effect on its attacks, and it becomes more aggressive for a while, and once that mode expires, you can do that again. But basically, the front flip attack, it's on the tail while it's flipping. The side swipe attacks, it's on each of the hands. So you kind of need to know which animation it's about to do and kind of be looking at that area already, ready to shoot. Alright, come on. Give me the Banshee. I just want it, okay? Literally the glyphs on his attacks. Just thought there was more to that, like it's blue and yellow, presenting a huge globe, takes massive damage. Nah, it's not that free. All 3 puzzle bosses earlier today, thinking I'd just get to pick which I do at the end. Boy, was I misinformed. Yeah, if you do all 3, you gotta do all of them. I think the spin attack's on the tail. The spin might be on the tail, yeah. The melee bunny really is just not having my shit. Something I kind of also want to try is, there's a melee enchant for getting a spell charge back on melee kill. That could be crazy with this build. Now, obviously, Blast Chill is going to steal it. But I do get melee kills from time to time. And getting a spell charge back on a melee kill is like, that has terrifying implications. I know, of course, some people are just gonna, you know, infinite Buffmeister, and that's, I'm not gonna lie, that's the first thing I thought of as well. But you could do lots of other cool things, like any other sigil. I could do that on my Hydras, to have better uptime on the extra crit damage from my joint training. Not sure if you're looking for a gun card with higher melee damage than 30, but I found one with 40. Ooh, that is the highest I know of right now, Lagoon. Ooh, hey. This is nice. Shark Lesson Ring. I would rather, if Shark Lesson Ring can roll with crit damage, that'd be pretty nice, but I'm buying that. Yeah, which gun is that, Two-Hand Lagoon? Because I had not seen any above 25 yet, so 40 is a good start. Only refund spells with charges, I believe. You can get charge parts on lots of spells, so up to and including Buffmeisters. Another community member here got a 3-charge Twister, which still haunts my dreams. Still talking about it like 4 days later. Your spells on cooldown or refund the 1 charge? Beautiful. It's a lot of melee crit damage we would lose to try this out, but like, that could be pretty cool. Do we try out the Shark Lesson Ring? Obviously, I'd want this in Volatile. But I kind of want to try it. The crit chance isn't gonna help us, really, but neither is the ability crit damage on the other ring. Rapscallion Demena looks like the Psycho Stabber. Is it just a purple Skulldugger pistol? Just purple? Beautiful. I'll keep an eye out for purple Skullduggers then. Business as usual there. But the good thing about that versus Borderlands 3, in Borderlands 3, COV pistols had an animation lockout. So like you would swing, and then it just had a slow recovery time compared to other pistols. But in this game, even when holding a Skulldugger pistol, your melee animation is your melee weapon. So, you know, exploit the weakness? Yes, sir. 3, exploit the weakness. Exploit their weakness. I'm back. Welcome back, Sora.
Choose, Fate Maker. You go on ahead.
To be honest, my favorite spell so far has been Trickster Ice Spike. One bounce around between enemies kind of just clears everything for me. That sounds fun.
Really like gnats.
Hey, Orbane. I just started messing with the Stabomancer, use gun to proc melee damage build. I've been enjoying a crossbow style pistol, increases melee damage for arrows struck on a target. That sounds like a really fun flow. Like, you do one thing to enable another thing to enable another thing. I like that kind of stuff. That's cool. Oh, that was fast. Blue again. Sure. It's kind of a pain in the ass location, I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like doing that. Yeah, I'm just not gonna. Watch your step or workplace hazards. I guess I take workplace hazards because more crystals. It's like the same thing though. Build we working on today? I'm glad you asked, Avari. We are doing some more greatsword melee stuff, and it's getting pretty strong. It's getting pretty good. Keeping an eye out for certain things. I still want that frost element Banshee to improve my blast shield damage a little bit. And now I'm also looking out for purple Skulldugger pistols with 40% or more melee damage as sort of a Livewire alternative. Because I don't want to be dependent on Livewire. Which I'm not, but I want another, like, competitive option to it. We're also looking out for certain kinds of spells. We started using this one, and I really like it. It's a triple crit damage Elemental Blast, which, you know, I picked it up for that, but then after I picked it up, I noticed that it spawns a Hydra on impact. So I'm using the Hydra from this to trigger Joint Training for more crit damage. Didn't know live wires in this game? Yeah. Right here. Rolling melee for Goblin Pickaxes for other characters, literally only getting Fate Breakers, it do be like that sometimes. Livewire for mobs, Skulldugger for bosses. Livewire is still good against single target, that's the weird thing. Like, at least in BL3, we had Psycho Stabber versus Guardian Angel for stat sticks, and, you know, different situations, different ones would win. In this game so far, Livewire is the only stat stick. BL3 also had Unforgiven for some stat stick stuff. So, 3 stat stick guns in that game. And then even more other niche options, like for some Iron Bear stuff, you could hold a Dark Army or Boogeyman for stat stick stuff. No Pew Pew was also a stat stick for Ignite Chance. There were multiple stat sticks in that game. In this game, Livewire is the only one we know about so far, so it's hard to find competition. It's something I'm keeping an eye out for, you know? Is cap for Moonorbs 4K? Yes. Wonder why they don't uncap Moonorb. There's been no patches yet, just a hotfix. So I think it's something that if we continue to provide feedback on, they'll continue to remain aware of the conversation. Expecting a level cap increase soon. Felt so easy to hit 40 this time around. I'm not expecting one soon, and I personally do not want the level cap to go up ever. Now, do I think it's realistic for it to never happen? No, I think it's going to happen at some point. But do I want it to? Absolutely not. Level cap increase only causes negatives, especially in the context of how this game works. I do not think it is something that makes the game better. I think it's something that would make the game worse. Because it devalues your skill points, because people will not have to be as conscientious about the choices they make. It worsens the gear grind that currently is in a situation where it would be fine if not for enchants. And level cap increase before resolving the enchant situation? I would not be on board with that. Additionally, players don't need to be stronger right now. Players need to learn how to use their characters right now. And just mindlessly making players stronger ended up in a situation like Borderlands 3, where nothing was challenging by the end. And there were self-imposed challenges you could do. I did challenge runs in that game all the time. But in terms of baseline difficulty, it was an easy game. Not that all Borderlands games haven't been, but noticeably so. Give a third, second class, and level cap. No. No.
A fine collection. But what did she...
I have to make hard decisions now if I get more points than I don't. Right. Every single Borderlands game had the unfortunate situation where you hit a point where your skill points didn't matter. Borderlands 1, you could cap all skill trees. Borderlands 2, level 80 cap, you were within 5 points of capping all skill trees, and pretty much every tree looked the same at that point. Pre-sequel, you could cap all 3 skill trees. Borderlands 3, with the 65 and 72 caps, total build count went down instead of up. Because builds collapsed into each other, because they made the same skill tree choices, because they could. So I just don't want this game to make the mistake that those games did, especially because it's a new thing and trying hard to be its own thing. It has the room to be better. Okay, gargle snot, you're gonna be like this? Why don't you gargle some snot, brother?
You cannot stem the tide of speed.
There we go. Gives the third class take away 4 skill points. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Godwood's over there already doing no skill point cast when he runs. Yeah, I saw that. I saw him go live with that. And that's something Lazy predicted when he saw the values on chaotic and volatile armor pieces in particular. With further chaos tiers, we're gonna get to a point where your gear matters more than your skill tree. And now, if it's already at that point with some specs, which I'm sure it's, what is it, companion stuff? Likely is. You get enough damage formula from, like, just your gear. You don't even need a skill tree. So, like, giving us even more skill points is just gonna make that power creep situation just, very protracted as it goes forward. It's gonna be one of those things that the impact gets more and more apparent as the game ages. And I'd rather we didn't inject that kind of poison in the veins of the game, especially not this early. Hey Zed, how you doing? Just want more gear variety, more unique enchants and passives and spells. I don't really want more enchants currently because it's so hard to get the ones you want currently. Diluting the pool more would just make it even tougher, and while we still have the reroll situation where you can only reroll an item 11 times before the cost becomes higher than the Moon Orb cap, so you can never reroll it again, I wouldn't want more enchants before that's addressed. But in terms of more gear variety, absolutely, absolutely. I'm sure we can expect that over time with DLC, maybe even other content drops. The most gear variety? Yeah, I don't think they meant that right, Orion. I just think they meant, like, numbers of items, because there's fewer unique items, just in general, in this game compared to, say, Borderlands 3. But remember, this game just launched, so they're gonna add more. I don't think the I don't think they meant what you saw there. I know other people have said that kind of thing, so I get where you're coming from. But yeah, I think it was just like more items, which would be cool in terms of, say, legendary black powder shotguns. There's only the one that I could think of. That's just an arbitrary example, but you get it. Oh, hey, that was rude. Crossblade ran. I forgot about the crossblade. So two. I forgot about the crossblade. That does say something though. If an item's that forgettable, we need more of them. That's a cosmetic. Why is my inventory full? Oh, I picked up that Banshee. I did get a Storm Surge for the first time today. I've not used this before. I had not seen it in my own game. I'd been aware of its existence. But that base damage, I'm gonna be honest, is kind of low. The base damage is kind of bad. Like, compare that to... I picked up an extra Banshee just now, I believe. If I can find where that is. There it is. Yeah, compare Storm Surge to Banshee base damage. I'm just like... I can't really justify that. Like... That's pretty bad. Now, it depends on what the base damage on the Storm Surge effect is, but, like, I still don't see that making up for that, because Banshee has higher base and then its own effect. Awkward. To legendary shotguns, that's crazy. I have it at 40, so the grind hasn't really started. That's just for that manufacturer. Like, there's more legendary shotguns than that. I can think of 2 Hyperius ones. I can think of two Torg ones. There's more than that, but in terms of total numbers, it's lower than what we're used to from the previous game, which I don't think is inherently a bad thing, because if you notice, all the uniques in this game, they feel unique. They definitely do something different. I haven't found one yet that's just like, hey, I'm a gun. I've not yet found anything like that. What do I drop to make room for this? Guess I don't need that. It's got a roid part. I still don't need it. That'll be what I drop whenever I need to get rid of that. Which is your favorite of the 4 raid bosses? I think yellow is my favorite. Moiki. I think yellow is my favorite. Fear have been more in the theme of this game with the reload magical effects. Yeah. Make up for lack of gun Legos with spell and melee Legos. There's definitely a big variety of melee and spells. Yeah. Large variety. Can't speak properly. One of those days. Brain no worky. It's funny how with, like, more sleep, I'm dumber. Maybe I just have a bit of brain fog today. I'm sure you guys know the feeling. Oh, well, thanks for the boost, I guess. Did my Hydra just kill something? I think it did.
No magic left. My spell is ready.
Man just T-posed you. What does the blue symbol in the Chaos Chambers do? I haven't figured that one out. So there will be a blue, yellow, or green symbol in some of the rooms in Chaos Chamber, and interacting with each of those will start a little puzzle. And the mechanic of that puzzle is kind of a little teaser for the hidden boss that completing said puzzle will open up for you. And there's 3 of those hidden bosses. If you happen to do all 3 of them in a single run, then you unlock the 4th boss for that run. So it's entirely possible to, if you do all those symbols, after the end boss of your run, you will have an additional 4 bosses for a 5-boss gauntlet to cap out your Chaos Chamber run. It's a lot of fun. What do you get from it? You get a boss fight. You get a boss fight. A boss. Content. You get to play video game. Zomboss being rude this run. There we go. I didn't complete the blue puzzle then. I've completed all the others. Thought I completed the blue one before. So it's an escort mission. You lead the blue orb to the destination that the map indicates for you, without letting it bump into obstacles, and then you shoot it when it's next to the darker blue orb to blow it up. And that is indicative of the primary mechanic in that boss fight. Stand in the portal thing and shoot the orbs? No, you do not. Your spells also crit? Everything, Mr. Adblock. Everything. Unless it's otherwise stated that it can't. Like, Blast Gasp, Blast Chill. Cannot crit. A Ding Dong of Tingling. Anyone want an inspiring Ding Dong of Tingling? Inspiring Ding Dong of Tingling? Say that one 5 times fast. Inspiring Ding Dong of Tingling, 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 inspiring Ding Dong of Tingling. There a legendary calamity spell? No, but there is a quest reward one. Thank you, couldn't for the life of me figure that one out. It took me a bit as well, Chaotic Creeper. No worries, no worries. I like that that one isn't as straightforward because it really does tell you exactly what to do in the boss fight. So I like the way they did that. I'm good. Hi, good. I have an inspiring Ding Dong of Tingling. Which quest? So I think it's the one that lets you open up the red gates in the overworld. I don't remember which quest specifically, but the item is the Hellfire. Okay, I'm proud of you. Found a Dazzle spell. What does it do besides Spastic Pellets? I've only used it very briefly, so I don't really know if it does anything beyond that. Feel free to inform. Found out you can ground slam on the TNT Pirate's Throw. What does it do, other than, like, blow it up? Made an inspiring Ding Dong Tingly build and put that on YouTube. Get age restricted immediately. Chaotic Mage Staff. With a bad Spore Warden enchant, but it is a Chaotic Mage Staff. So since I have a better Tooth Raider, courtesy of Dex, I'm gonna drop that one. Morning, Hazel. How you doing? You say you found a way for me not to have to aim. I can just bonk things with stick. Excellent. You can bonk things with big metal sharp stick. side of Big Metal Sharp Stick, I suppose. But yes, Big Metal Sharp Stick. That Chaotic Banshee Claw. It's not the Banshee, but, you know, it's a Banshee. Alright, let me put some more stuff in my bank because I am a hoarder. I am a big-time hoarder. I have too many fucking Banshees on me now. It's rapidly becoming an issue. I'll put that Ragnarok away. Honestly, I'll just use a gun in a situation where I can't hit with the Banshee. That should be enough space for right now. I'm well. Hope the same for you in chat. Yeah, I'm doing great, and I'm glad to hear you're well. Hoarder? Quag barely knows her. Boo.
Come on, have some fun.
Blue Banshee has higher effect damage than the Wailing Banshee. Yes. That's true for a couple of the uniques versus the legendary versions. However, there's mitigating factors, like the base damage, for example. Additionally, enchantments in some cases. Elemental flexibility in other cases. And sometimes even the equivalent will be a little bit different in function. Like, the two different peg legs function a little differently. The non-legendary one, it stacks up to a higher value, but it requires it being stacked. Whereas the legendary one is just one hit and you're good, full bonus. In weapon damage percentage? Yes, on the Banshee effect, yeah, it's 70 versus 50. But this one spawns up to 3, and I'm pretty sure the blue one spawns 1. So, slightly different, but ultimately not better. Favorite build, new to this game, any tips? The biggest tip would be to experiment a lot. So, find a particular playstyle that you like, whether you like swinging around a melee weapon a lot, whether you like weaving in different types of damage delivery, like if you want to shoot spell, action skill, gun, melee all at once, you know, the game supports that. How aggressive a playstyle you want, how hands-on. Like, figure out your playstyle first. And then from there, pick a class you really like, and see how far you can take it. That would be my recommendation. But ultimately, experimentation is key. Don't be afraid to try out items you find, to seek out other items that might help with your build, and test out everything you see. A lot of the joy of this game, for me, is discovering a drop with either a part configuration that I hadn't thought of, or using an item that I hadn't before and seeing what its unique effect is from experimenting. And I've had some really fun moments from that. Spell using at the moment, I'm using an Elemental Blast with 3 crit parts, because that's why I looked at the item card at all. But it spawns a Hydra on impact. So, because it's a Hydra delivered through Elemental Blast and not a Hydra spell, it doesn't spawn near me. I can kind of spawn it where I want to. That's pretty rad. In terms of my favorite build, so far it'd be either this one or my Berserker Graveborn build, my gun build. Be one of those two. Spawn a Hydra over there. We did so much damage to the Dragonlord statue, and like one of those hits was maybe a third of it. Oof. Hey Moonface, how you doing? Is Sword the only tree with a spammable action skill? Clawbringer action skill can be spammed as well. The hammer throw, you just gotta retract quickly to refund as much of the cooldown as possible. But yeah, Clawbringer can spam an action skill as well. Feral Surge can be spammed if you get the cooldown refunds, or Dreadwind can be spammed, not as frequently as the others, but you can use Dreadwind very often if you cancel Dreadwind quickly. So, Berserker action skills, one of the Spore Warden ones, one of the Clawbringer ones. All spammable. You can get a pretty short cooldown on Polymorph on Spell Shot if you run a Thurge. So that's borderline spam. Good man finally spawned the blue raid boss, and frankly, it's the most beautiful fight ever. I love that fight. Yeah, we did it a couple times today. If you don't mind, could you hover over your gear and skills when you have a minute? I'd want to clip it and try to make something similar. Yeah, absolutely. I'll do it after this run. Just remind me in the loot room, if you can. And if you do clip that, you just put it in the chat so I can like make a command for it. That would be useful. Just remind me in the loot room. This build's so fun. I haven't played another build in like a bit, just because I really want to maximize this one. Throw a Hydra over there. Oh, beautiful. Lean. Go out and join a melee build. It's so fun, Zed. Bench stab. I like it. I'm gonna be honest, Kyler. I like that a lot. Level 15 with my Greyborn right now. Survivability is great. Feel like I'm missing damage. If you tried Reaper of Bones, that action skill gives you some crazy damage. Dire Sacrifice, a little bit light on damage as you get through the levels, particularly in bossing. In mobbing, it could still be fine. Greyborn's also got Blast Gasp for some really crazy spell damage output. Respect into that, using a good damaging spell. Might be worth it to invest in Stabutry before going for Greyborn Capstone. You get a couple good damage boosts in early tiers of Stabutry, yeah. You could do that. Arsenal in tier 1. Maybe grab that before working your way down Greyborn. Because Arsenal's just going to kind of increase the damage of most things you do. A nice non-conditional damage boost is always a good thing. With my Dark Magic Companion build, as long as there's enemies, pretty much keep Reaper of Bones up forever. Yeah, sustaining Reaper of Bones is a very fun playstyle. Any trees that can area damage? Berserker Tree has an area damage boost. Here. Ancient Fury. Trying to make my Spore Warden second with Clawburn because I want Thor Warden. Let's go. Yo, get fucked, Zomboss. What the hell was that? Oh boy. That's the damage, chat. That's the damage we're looking for. The damage. Ooh. Let's go. Oh, is that as good for you as it was for me? $10-18 with melee. That's with me taking my sweet time. I wasn't even paying attention to going fast. That was just fast. Feel good about that. Do we know what skills can roll in armor? Yes, there is a spreadsheet for it, Loki Legend. In resources channel in the Discord. I should probably make it a chat command. But I'll just directly link the spreadsheet for you guys. 1 second. Yeah, actually, it might be a command. Someone might have made it. I just don't pay attention. My moderators work harder on commands than I do. Shout out to them. But there you go. There you go. It's a command now. Yeah, that was a boss melt. Okay, spec. Hover loadout, yes. That from the Shadows does look fun. I made a Companion Spore Warden Graveborn build. I was considering a Spell Shot as my second build. Any suggestions? Graveborn Spell Shot is some of the highest spell damage you're going to see in the game. Some of the highest damage numbers you're going to see in the game. So just really good combination. Make sure you get Blast Gasp from the Graveborn tree, and then just do whatever you want in Spell Shot, and then just, when your spells crit, they have a chance to just delete the world. Good combo, to be honest. Hard to go wrong. Ooh, thank you for the clip, Dex. I'm gonna grab that, actually. I'm holding on to that. Alright, so the spec. We are going... I'll start skill tree. Stabomancer, Berserker. Now, we're far more Berserker than we are Stabo, but since my last iteration of this build, we have added more Stabomancer. We go max Arsenal for damage. We go max Haste for movement speed and swing speed. We're using a Greatsword, which swings very slow, so we want to minimize that weakness as much as we possibly can. We go follow-up. This is nice because when we're closing the gap to a target, we can always shoot our gun to stack this up. We're using a live wire a lot of the time, so it stacks up very quickly. So, 60% more damage on a swing is very big. Chaotic Creeper, thank you for the tier 1, I appreciate it. Rohit, good to see you, how you doing? Then we've got Swift Death for damage. We've got Exploit Their Weakness for damage. Then we've got Contagion, 1 point here, to apply more status effects for Exploit Their Weakness specifically. That's why that's there. Then we go 3 points Savagery, 3 points Ancestral Frost. We go max The Old Ways. We go max Icebreaker. These are all just very good damage sources. We have a point in Cold Snap. I'd want more, but not enough skill points. Because we need to take Unarmored Defense. Extremely good defensive skill. Every Berserker build should take this. Then we've got max Blood Frenzy for both Enrage uptime and for massive healing. 9% health on a kill on top of our Body Rune, if we're using one, is very, very good. And also just consistency in keeping our bonus element up here. We've got 1 point Ancient Fury. This is for our Blast Chill. More on that in a moment. We've got Relentless Rage, huge quality of life, more Rage uptime, more time and Save Your Soul, just great skill, must have if you're this deep in the tree. Then we've got Blast Chill, which if you're familiar with Moses' short fuse from Borderlands 3, this is that but for melee, and it's extremely powerful. It does not do self-damage, so the only thing you have to be careful of with it is being near barrels, but it adds to your AoE quite a bit and hits very, very hard. Then we've got Iron Squall for more swing speed, same reason we took Haste. We want to swing as fast as possible. Now, when you're enraged, this doubles up to 30%. So you get 32% from casting a spell for Haste for 12 seconds, and then when you're enraged, you get 30% from Iron Squall. So very, very powerful. Then we've got Berserker Capstone to increase the duration of our From the Shadows, which we're expecting to over here, but also to reduce the downtime of From the Shadows. This is a crit-oriented build in a number of ways. Hey, Bad Karma, how you doing? Crit, good to see you as well. This is a crit-oriented build in a number of ways, because we are using the Smart Armor over here. Total crit chance reduced by 50%, but crit damage increased by 50%. The thing with Valora weapons is they crit very, very hard. 130% crit damage on this. Hey, Megalediba, how are you? So, we just use From the Shadows to remove the penalty from Smart Armor, and to crit all the time with our Banshee. Hit super hard. Got a Consec Swing enchant on this. This is not the final Banshee I'm going for the build, but it's a Banshee. Oh, by the way, don't worry about clipping this. I'll just make this into a highlight. Don't worry about it. Livewire, because it's the melee stat stick. We're on the hunt for more, though. And then I just have a Liquid Cooling for shooting the bosses that I can't otherwise handle. This is not my best Liquid Cooling. I intentionally just used an okay one. I have a random Nightshade for when I'm out of ammo here, and I have a White Rider for shooting enemies that are pretty evasive. A serious question, can't get anyone to answer it yet. How the heck are you so friggin' cute? I learned it by watching you, Karma. I learned it by watching you. Question, since the Livewire considers melee, does the Blast Chill effects apply on the gun? No. Separate things. Livewire's got two separate effects. Then we just started trying out the Shark Lesson Ring. I do want to farm up a better one. If this can get melee crit damage, that'd be like the dream. But, you know, melee damage ring. And then we've got another melee damage ring. You want melee and melee crit, if at all possible. Those are like the highest priority rolls on ring. Then, as I mentioned earlier, Smart Armor. Now, there's a few different class combinations you could run on a Smart Armor. You could go with a primary Berserker, secondary Clawbringer, I believe, which rolls a point in Blast Chill. So you could have 2 out of 1 Blast Chill for a lot of damage. That's probably optimal. But this particular combination, Stabo Berserker, improves both of my class power, because those are my multi-classes. And it rolls points into Swift Death for just flat damage, but also Haste for swing speed. And Cold Snap for move speed and frost efficiency. So I think ideally with this particular multi-class combo, I would want 3 in Haste, and then probably 2 in Cold Snap. But this is what I just happen to have. Melee damage, all damage. The ability crit does nothing for me because Blast Chill can't crit. But melee damage, all damage is a good start. Then for the amulet, right now I've got a Joint Training. And this is good because of my spell choice. I'm using an Elemental Blast that calls a Hydra. So when that Hydra crits, it increases my crit damage. Because I'm critting so frequently, I'm improving the Hydra's crit chance, which makes it more likely to give me the crit damage. So basically, you can read this amulet as, if Hydra exists, get 30% crit damage. So same reason we like it from Smart Armor, same reason we pumped our strength stat. We're critting a lot, and we want to lean into that. So the gameplay loop is basically, you know, put down Hydra, go into From the Shadows, swing Greatsword while strafing, and everything dies. It's really good. That's the build. Or to get Jaw Ring, it's a quest reward. I forget which one. Is it the, it might be the Pico quest, or not the Pico quest. What's the name? Pico's a viewer, not the shark. Brain no work. What's the name of the little shark? The Walk in the Shark quest, it is that one? Yeah. Thanks for the breakdown, you're very welcome. Let's stream marker? Yeah, Pookie. Pookie, that's what it is. Thank you, Flappy. I was close. Alright, added a marker. Sorry, Mr. Spell you have on? It's just an Elemental Blast with a Hydra part. Now, I was lucky enough that it's chaotic purple with 3 crit damage parts. It's not doing much of my damage, though. I just like Elemental Blast because it's a faster delivery system for Hydras. Like, I can more precisely put the Hydra where I want it to be. And it just happened to roll the enchant that I wanted. So, it was a happy accident that this ended up working out very well. But I'm using it specifically for the Hydra for this. You could also get away with using any Hydra spell here. A 3-headed Hydra with multiple charges would probably be the play. If you can get a 3-headed Hydra with 2 charges, that'd be good here. Because then you could just put down 2 Hydras and get very high consistency on your crits. That ring, I believe, drops from Request and Wartooth. Chalice. Oh yeah, it's not the Pookie quest. It's something in that area. I forget which one. It's been a while since I've done it. Thanks for all the info. Very informative, interactive stream. I have to go now. So good luck for the rest of the day. Hey, my pleasure, Chaotic Creeper. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Once again, I appreciate your support, and hope to see you next time. We try to be informative here. Hi, Cat. What are you doing? Do multiple-headed Hydras shoot faster? Yes. 3-headed Hydras attack, I don't want to say 3 times as fast, but they do attack faster. This was a productive loot room. But the blue unique sigil that spawns 3 Hydras that everybody's talking about, which I forgot the name again. I don't remember the name either, but yeah, that could be good. Can that one be enchanted? I remember a reason for me not wanting to use it. It might have been that it can't be enchanted. Now, if you're a spell shot, that's not an issue, because you can just, like... if you really want to make up that enchant slot and get another one with Ambihextras. It's from the quest Raiders of the Lost Shark. Ah, that's the one. I enjoyed that quest, by the way. That's a good one. Okay, let's run it back. You farm to get on a vending machine, or to get a level 40 variant? I just got it on stream. Like, just loading in after Chaos Chamber. I just happened to get one in a vending machine. It is not something I'd even considered for this build, but a happy accident.
Back in business.
Let me take the thing. Fine, don't let me take the thing.
I'm an army all my own. No magic left.
There we go. For spells, is the plus spell damage applied to the card number? It's already included. So if your spell says, I'm sure I can find one. Yeah, so see this Buffmeister says plus 32% spell damage? That is just from the spell damage part on there. It's already included in the number you see. Already included. And it's not a buff to your spell damage stat, it's just part of the item's base. I don't like either of these. We'll go break it up. Curse this game for having so many viable items, gotta look at so much stuff. Yeah, I do find myself looking through all loot piles. This bonus sucks.
Truly, this world is a wonder.
Hey Soccer Chick, how you doing? Any tips to finish the base game faster? Play faster. Just play faster. Okay, chillin', gonna lurk, wanna say hello? It's good to see you. Watch this, Eptics. Also valid. Oh, my game is stuttering a little bit. Might be shift having hiccups, that's usually what causes that. I guess I'm gonna try that right now. But more serious answer, there's no real, like, trick to that. Like, you still have to go through the same main story stuff. Now, sure, you could attempt to do some of the main story stuff a little bit more under-leveled without doing side stuff, but and unless you happen to have some really good gear, that will probably just take you longer than taking time to do a couple side quests every time the game hints that you should. You can still, you know, do a full playthrough in, like, a day. Or, obviously, the speedrun is, what, about 2 hours? So you could genuinely just pick up some of the strats on that. I have not watched the speedrun, so I don't know the routing or anything, or most of the tricks. So I would be of no help there. But the answer really is just like, play faster. I'm gonna start my Sporebringer playthrough excited. Let's go, Kingman. Do it. Do it. It's a good time.
Time for a spell.
Big problem is a lot of dialogue being unskippable. Less than BL3. There's no talk to Lilith in this game. And I'm grateful for that. And there's usually something you can do while waiting for dialogue in this game. I'm sure some of it is save quittable, as is tradition, but there's also usually something you can do, either getting in position for the next objective, killing a few enemies for XP, so that you don't have to do side quests later. I believe there is also a way to bypass the audio. If you play a scroll from your menu, it'll take priority over dialogue and cancel it. I believe that's used in the speedrun. Those are great for From the Shadows duration? Yeah, definitely. You know, that down is fine. Now I don't have to worry about you downing me. I do have to worry about fucking barrels, though. Ugh. First crab. No! Didn't sign up for this. Okay, we killed it. Okay. Well, that worked out. I did not need to be scared there, apparently. Evil eye crabs are the worst. Yeah. A lot of people just like cursed crabs more, but I'm personally on team fuck evil eye crabs. They're beyond just ugh. Pain. Suffering. First coffee being consumed is waking up. How you doing, Wolf? Correct about the scroll? Thank you. Glacial Cascade with Spell Charge. I've been wanting one of these forever. It's not chaotic or anything, but that's still good damage. 2 spell charges on a Glacial Cascade. Now that does increase the cooldown a little bit, so it's up to a 13-second cooldown, but that's still really, really nice. It's one of my favorite spells. So I would want, what, spell charge and 2 cooldown parts, or 2 spell charge parts and 1 cooldown? One of those would be like the go-to combo. They're pinchy, so pinchy. I'm enjoying melee, Wolf. It's a good time. We're using big greatsword. Glacial Cascade's so good. One of my favorites. Doing well. I'm glad to hear it. Melee is going real well. We accidentally melted the shit out of Zomboss, and now I'm inspired. We just need maybe a more specific kind of Hydra spell for better uptime. And different elements of Banshee. But we're getting close. We're getting real close. That was pretty anime. That jump swing. Next story playthrough 1. I don't know. I'm just kind of like structuring what I stream around what I'm playing. So if I'm playing something on stream, it's probably because I had fun with it off stream and just didn't want to stop. Which is why we're getting 2 days of melee in a row. Those are really good passes on that Calamity. Oh, also, I need to look at purples for those Skulldugger pistols. The sooner I get away from Livewire, the more I can clickbait this shit. I already don't need Livewire, it just helps. Helps me clear faster. For more crystal efficiency. An idea for melee, need to science it out. Ooh. Why is liquid cooling so cracked? Because it's got high card DPS with an element that doesn't hurt you. Like, doesn't negatively affect your performance. But also, there's no breaks. You never need to stop shooting it. That's why it's good. Because there's no downtime. And it's got good damage. There's things with higher DPS, but they have downtime. Liquid cooling is just like consistent. You're always doing damage as long as you have bullets. Want to check out some pincushion science? Yeah, me too. How many times you pick the raid boss on your run? On like a gun build, I pick blue pretty much every time, as long as the location for it in the map isn't too inconvenient. With others, I kind of play it by ear. I pick yellow if I want to flex, or if I want to test the build. On melee, I'm not really actively picking the bosses too much. I can do blue versus melee, but I need some more specific gear for that to be efficient anyway. Working on your being a dick. That was just rude. See, this is why liquid cooling is nuts. could do that. Didn't quite have enough time. Unfortunate. Anything about Quiver of Holding? That's the ammo regen mag size skill, right? It's okay. Infinity Pistol wishes it was liquid cooling. Yeah, Infinity is a thing that you shoot for a long time for terrible damage. Always has been. But liquid cooling is just like, hey, I do good damage, and I'm also, like, no breaks. Now, it chugs ammo, which is something to be aware of. Do I change up spells for this? I feel like maybe I change up spells for Vorkanar. See, this would be where a Fortifying Sigil would be really nice to have. I forgot to roll an enchant onto that, though. I could just do it anyway. Because, like, rolls all damage. I would want an Archmage hilt for that. Do any of my Chaotic Banshees have an Archmage hilt? Is that a thing that can happen? Alright, this one. I'll stick with this setup for now. Stick with this one. I'll just play smarter. Hey T-Doggy, how you doing? Livewire kinesthetic charge? Yeah. It's got some key differences that allow some builds to do some crazy stuff with it, but yeah. Same energy. It went a lot better this time. I was paying more attention.
What? Bombs?
You come over here. There we go. Caustic bonus poison sounds made for Vorkanar. I'm not leaning too much into dots for damage on this setup. I'm pretty much just applying them for exploit their weakness. But I'm sure I could work some actual meaningful dot damage into this setup. Not as good as our Zomboss run, but still. Working our one pretty okay. These loot rooms are not looking great today, though. Let's keep hitting this. We gotta get that Banshee, chat. Chaotic Diamond Guard Sword. I mean, that's worth picking up, I guess. And Pincushion. That's good for science. Vampire Echo, Twin Soul. With that enchant, yeah. We can mess around with that. So, like, hear me out. I just had an idea. Live wire chains do count as gun damage. So if a live wire chain kills something, it could trigger the gun enchant that gives you move speed and melee damage after getting a kill. Oh boy. Because that one triggers specifically on gun kill. Could be interesting. So like then I could have that on a live wire. I could have the ASA elemental damage over here. Keep ASA lightning here. Then on this, I either stick with Consec or go with the spell charge. Yeah. I'd like to see a Naruto giant shark sword as a meme unique in this game. That'd be cool. Samehada. Yeah. And that kind of locks you to Livewire, which isn't the worst. Yeah, it'd be taking advantage of a unique mechanic at that point. I'd be building around the Livewire specifically instead of it just being this oppressive is better for guns thing. Which I don't necessarily mind. Trash talk the loot room goes better when you do that. It actually does. I should. Chaotic armor that sucks. Put those away. That's the calamity I picked up. Gun damage, area damage, gun crit chance, chaotic roll, berserker stabbo. If this was a selective amnesia, I'd have creamed. But as it stands, it's not bad. Rolled what, the fire rate skill for berserker? No, that's not the fire rate skill. Fucking skills are those? Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Fire rate and swing speed? Yeah. Yeah, that could be cool. That could be cool. I'll actually keep that on this character. What else? I could put those banshees away, or I could use them for reroll fodder. Actually, I'm gonna take that one out again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Yeah, let's see if I can roll the spell charge one. You tested how influential the crit chance enchant for Ghostblade is yet? I'm thinking of using it for a build. I'd say if you're using Ghostblade, it's no-brainer. More impactful than other things you could put in that slot, probably. Okay. Not a bad start on this one. This one even has Warrior. Does Dark Pact add Dark Magic to all damage or only improves existing? Only improves existing. The bank not showing a mini image of the gun pisses me off. Yeah, it's an unfortunate bug. I'm definitely annoyed by that pretty frequently.
I'm not lost, I just really like maps.
Enchantment rerolling be like... You know, that's kind of cool, actually. We'll keep that one on there. Alright, now that one's almost bricked. It's one roll shy of being bricked, but I'll leave that one alone for now. Hey, Avari, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for picking me out of anyone on the platform for your monthly Prime. Means the world. I hope you enjoy the emotes, the ad for viewing, all the good stuff. Thank you so much. Re-rolling. Alright, now this one's almost bricked as well. Roll the poison one. Though I don't want to drop from a chaotic to a non, but...
What incredible technique should I learn next?
Eh, fuck it. Gotcha, you've been the only one relationship I've been consistently watching. Hey, that means a lot. Thank you. May as well burn the rest of our moon orbs on this. Can I say elemental damage on? Sure. Status effect stuff. Lightning damage. Okay, we're out. Actually hate that you have to go back to the item after each reroll. Yeah, UI issues. Yeah, more of that. More of that. Enemies.
Justice has been served.
What did I just pick up? God, I hate that. That's something I hope they address. Item drop priority for the fire motes could be higher. The amount of times I accidentally pick up a random white item while trying to do this bonus is a number larger than I would like it to be. Do I have the HP bug right now? Because I feel like that spell did a lot more damage than I expected it to. Should just pick them up by proximity? Yeah. Yeah. Because money, moon orbs, and ammo are like that. Crystals as well. No, I don't have health bug. That's... yeah. That enemy would have gotten one shot by that. Cool. I just have a lot of damage. Good to know.
This should be interesting.
Finally figured out why Tinder fails the conceptual level, goal incompatibility. Boo. That's a lame joke. Boo.
Incinerate!
Not your best work.
Now this is
Ooh, that troll got fucked up. Quite, do you think Gearbox made the green raid boss specifically to spite you? You need fast, accurate aim to kill. I can still kill it. Toxic. Call me out like that. You cleanse the chat with Apple button. I do not have a stream deck. I can't do that as easily.
shall I slay evil with today?
Cleanse the chat with Quagsir. That could work. Quagsir's a follower emote, so everybody can do it. Any Quagsir gamers? We got any Quagsirs in chat? Almost as bad as someone at the doctor and he says need to stop masturbating. That's why he says because I'm trying to examine you. Oh no, that manga. Emotional damage. Hey Epic, how you doing? It would be worse if the doctor joined in. Yeah, that would probably be worse. Never be able to unhear this, but Imagine Dragons is just Mumford and Sons with a DJ. Why are you guys cursed today? What did I do? Did I insult somebody? Pigwort? Okay, I definitely insulted somebody at some point. Definitely insulted somebody. Pigwort, you big fucking asshole. I'm not changing elements for you, Pigwort. You don't get to control my life. There we go. We got him. Pigwort the Invincible. Pigwort has massive Sigma Grindset vibes. He just doesn't care what's happening. He's like, all the attacks? Sure. Immunity phases? Why not? Just, he does everything. And he's... Pigwort is the 5th raid boss, chat. That's just how it is. Time skip is fun. I'm taking that because it's fun. What if we made a mod to make it so when Pigwort shoots out his shock orbs, they just spawn more Pigworts? Who hurt you? Is that the big juicy quag? Even cuter than her. How you doing, Eric? Good to see you. We're just enjoying some melee. We got a good melee build. Attention all critical melee enjoyers.
Time for a spell.
I can't see when I look up because of the fire motes. Okay, that's awkward. Alright, let me go drop these off so I can fucking see. 2-tap the badass? That was sick. Don't look up. That movie gives me anxiety. I still haven't finished it because I started watching it and then I had a fucking panic attack. Actually. Like, no joke. Oh, I see a doctor, your balls are floating above your head. I thought those were your balls. What day is it? Yeah, it's Tuesday. Tuesday is McGee's balls above my head day. Is this the Twin Soul? No, I'm using a Banshee, but this is your save. Nova, this is your save. I repurposed it. I'm using a Banshee. I didn't like Don't Look Up personally. I got about, like, I don't know, like 40 minutes in and was just like, yeah, this is fucking terrifying because people act like this. Like, no. Ooh, that was a chunk. That was a chunk. I think that was a blast chill off of a crit with my amulet active. Pause for my wife's purse, only get to use my mask nicely. Yeah. I get it. Gonna finally try my hands at the raid boss later today after having farmed a lot. Any tips? Tips would be, Aaron, to pay attention to the puzzle that gets you into the boss fight, because that puzzle is directly translated to a boss mechanic. Enjoying the gear on it. I kind of replaced all the gear. There's a couple things I put in storage to try out later, but I've sort of migrated to a kind of different thing. The Livewire. I am using your Livewire, I think. But those Twin Souls are going to be useful for a couple other builds I'm doing, so much appreciated again, Nova. Super helpful. A Curse Sweat. I need another one for reroll fodder. Skeet plus Impaling Ice Spikes is hilarious, just leads enemies around the map. That sounds cool. Polymorph is just well done. I like that. I like horror movies in theory. I enjoy the horror elements and stuff like body horror, monster design. I can't deal with how fucking anxiety-inducing they are. Yeah, we're not even talking about a horror movie, Snowspawn. Like, it's a... I guess it's a comedy? Would you classify Don't Look Up as a comedy? I mean, maybe a Shakespearean comedy. Fuck you, Drill. Uncomfortable, far too close to reality, yeah. Mockumentary, yeah. I'm not saying it's the kind of movie that'll give everyone a panic attack. Like, you know, not everyone's like me and has fucking anxiety disorder. But, like, It fucked with me to the point where I couldn't finish it, and I always finish movies. I don't finish shows, I finish movies. Liquid cooling be like. Haha, liquid cooling go burr. Specifically for Drill and Banshee, I just changed to gun damage rings and a Buffmeister and just do this. Because I can't I could melee drill, it would just take a fucking year. I can melee Banshee, and I have done it, but it's just not fun. So I'd rather have fun for... not have fun, I should say, for a shorter period of time, because I don't have fun using the Buffmeister, but this will be a lesser period of not having fun. Lesser of two evils? Yeah. It do be like that. Where's my... there it is. Why are they introducing melee while also introducing bosses and gameplay challenges directly don't want you to melee? It's so frustrating. I think it's ideas coming from different sources, not taking the other source into account, you know? Like, one person might be like, hey, I really like melee, let's design this for melee. Then another person's like, hey, what if we just put a boss in the middle of a self-generating puddle of insta-death? That'll make gun players have to keep their distance. But then... no, it's tough to consider all angles like that. It's a Hydra that lasts 10 seconds. I'll take that. Might use it, might not. We'll see. Seen the Rogue Imp? Yeah. Yeah, Rogue Imp is cool. I've heard really good things about it in playthroughs. We just made the RK5 be the middle figure to Athena players. You said melee is a secondary thing. Melee is supported by gun spells, how it's intended. So for bosses, you just use a supporting thing. Yeah, I still just don't like that it's, hey, you literally cannot do this. Like, with Banshee, it's either you joust for 10 minutes, or you just use anything else. I'm like, maybe it doesn't need to do that. Like, Banshee has enough going on without the, that's a ring. Without the... you know, self-generating death puddle. That's just my opinion. I don't really need that Calamity. I was gonna try to mess around with it, but not worth the inventory slot. Because that is a good ring. Nice compromise would be having the boss have a crit spot hard to hit when close, but easier to hit from far away. That way gun players have to keep their distance and melee players get to play the fucking game. Drill does that, though. Sorry about my little zero inventory space, truly a hoarder. I scrapped the whole inventory, so you're good. I'm a hoarder as well. Not sure if it's a hot take, but what's the point in changing melee to be an actual weapon type, only have it not be as good as other guns? I'm either misinformed or really upset. Melee's really good. Here, I'll do another run, Epic. Melee is outright as good as guns. It's just two bosses where it's kind of awful. But melee is as good as guns, when built into. I've been having a lot of success with this setup. Former programmer, 14 years experience, count for edge cases. The situation isn't that dire. It's two bosses. Like, it's annoying, but there are workarounds. How do you do Dragon Lord? I hit him with a melee weapon. What do you mean, how do I do Dragon Lord? The dragon? I shoot the dragon, but for the Dragon Lord, I just I hit him with the melee weapon. It's good on its own though. Like if you use a white melee weapon versus a white pistol level 1, they both perform as equals. I get you can make melee work. I feel like it should be 1-to-1 with weapon types. Depends on if you have skill tree stuff, because it's a number of factors. It's damage delivery, it's damage formula, but like first the damage delivery issue. You get fewer hits total with the melee weapon. So even if you have a melee weapon that does 5 times the damage of a gun per hit, the gun is just going to hit more. Even if you ratchet up the numbers till it looks even, well, the gun can deliver that faster, more safely, etc. So it's not something you can, like, give a bunch of damage to solve. But in terms of 1-to-1, great swords in particular have absolutely stupid damage. Like, that crit multiplier is huge. Look at that, 130%, and a very high base. This is just a chaotic Banshee, and it's almost 1500. I have not personally gotten a volatile Banshee yet, but that's almost 2000. And that's really high. That's like launcher damage. That's real high. So it's case by case. But melee is more interaction heavy than guns. Like, your hilt mod matters a lot more. Your stat itemization matters a lot more. Guns also have the easy way out of, they have the crit spots, and melee doesn't have that as an option. So you're dealing with damage delivery, you're dealing with range issues, you're dealing with safety issues, and then it just makes it feel that much worse because you're already jumping through hoops, and then you get to a boss that is like Drill or Banshee, which just says no to your entire build, and that can be frustrating. But I try to look at it as it's only 2 bosses rather than, ugh, these 2 bosses. At least that's how I'm trying to stay positive about it. But melee is definitely more formula intensive. So in terms of, if you look at level 1 white item of each, well, that's not indicative of, say, skill trees or gear enchants, and I think that's kind of an incomplete picture. But more to the point, you can absolutely have viable melee builds. They do require more effort, and I don't necessarily consider that a bad thing. But I'm totally with you on frustrated against certain enemies. So the other Banshee can be enchanted. That's cool. But despite this saying 70% here, it's only 1 projectile, whereas the legendary one is 50% for up to 3 projectiles, also has higher base damage. That's neat. How's the stream? It's good, Walnut. How are you today? Let me put some stuff in the Still think they should make throwing knives or something for a range melee option. Well, the Ragnarok and the Fatebreaker both deliver damage from range when you swing a melee weapon. The Mage Staff as well. That one's ground-based, but... So at least 3 melee weapons do that. Perfectly fine on its own, just gotta invest in it. However, if you aren't using Livewire, one of the melees that spawn projectiles, your damage application is gonna be asked. That's not true either, Snowspawn. That is not true. Now, do I think that the Livewire is a bit overbearing as a stat stick right now? Sure. But Banshee projectiles. Banshee projectiles. For my setup, the only way melee is worth using is through Echo, not even close to a melee build. Does any melee weapon do anything interesting with Echo? At the moment I'm using Frying Pan because the evade it has. So it depends on if any of the melee weapons affects the trigger from them. Will build up a lot of Echo. Now, a Fish or a Diamond Guard sword might apply a powerful enough dot that you get good Echo by your next hit. Fatebreaker, if those projectiles aren't melee, then yeah, that'll build some up. So we'll do... Let's see, do I have a gun with the... I'll hold the liquid bullet. So, non-Livewire melee. And I was helpfully informed today that Skulldugger pistols can get up to 40% melee on the card, so I need one of those to hold. I'm also not holding my ideal enchant right now. Because I had, what do I have on my live wire? I have ASA Elemental. This one's just ASA Frost. Hey Alshin, how you doing? Just wondering how does Ghostblade do with the setup. So I wouldn't use Ghostblade with this particular setup because I'm focusing on crits right now. I'm using a smart armor, which lowers my crit chance, increases my crit damage. But the thing with that is my crit chance then becomes really inconsistent. So From the Shadows, it's around that. Like when I'm in From the Shadows, my damage is consistently good enough to 1 to 3 tap enemies. Ghostblade does not offer that consistency. There is that enchant you can get for crit chance and damage during Ghostblade, but it's still going to be less efficient than just doing, you know, this. You could potentially spike higher in damage, but your consistency goes. So, Ghostblade could work here. I don't prefer Ghostblade. There's also, we had that discussion about damage delivery and safety and things like that. And From the Shadows does affect enemy aggro. So sometimes even bosses will stand there not knowing what to do, and you can just wail on them for free. See, these zombies are looking in the wrong direction, and it gives me a lot of safety. Ever made a Ghostblade focus build? Yeah, I've seen a few people doing that. I want to say Abby Hour was doing some stuff with Ghostblade. Reason for Lightning Banshee, or is just what you had? It's just what I have. I want a Frost one, I just haven't gotten it yet. Let me pause and catch up on chat a little bit. What SMG should I farm to run in Chaotic? I just got a Liquid Cooling yesterday. Ooh, congrats PV Sweat. Liquid Cooling's a really good pistol. In terms of good SMGs, of course you've got the ×4s, the ×4 cryo ones, just any of the manufacturers that offer that, it's pretty good. You've got the Livewire SMG, the legendary. You've got the White Rider SMG. Make sure you use the White Rider in single beam, though. It's kind of bad in dual beam, really good in single beam. Those are all ones that are very, very reliable. Sabo's or her gun build has like minutes of From the Shadows active time. It's hilarious. Yeah, it's great. I love it. Want to join the Beyblade squad? No, I don't, because From the Shadows. I don't know if the Shown Loot Luck is just a display bug actually applying. It is an actual applicable thing. It does not give a fuck. So it's not a visual bug. When your loot luck is showing as, you know, nothing, at least in solo, it is actually not applying. Thanks again, you're very welcome. It says I have 10 luck. Yeah, you can force it to recalculate your loot luck by changing maps. Or by changing your chaos level. So what I'll do every time I load in, because it happens every time you come in from a save quit, you'll need to either change maps with your loot luck gear equipped, or toggle your chaos level to a different one and then back with the appropriate loot luck stuff equipped. No, Barrel, don't do me like this. It's doing me like this. Mox was saying yesterday it's just visual. There's a couple variations of loot luck bugs, excuse me. There's a co-op one where your loot luck will visually show as like weird values. That one I believe is visual. Don't knock me into the barrels. No way is that loot luck bug visual. I can 1000% tell the difference when it drops. The co-op one? I stand corrected then. I know the solo one is definitely not visual, as I'm sure Epic can corroborate. Because it feels bad when your loot luck is not applying in solo, and you notice. Oh no, the solo one? Okay, okay, same page then. Yeah, I'm like 80% sure the co-op one is visual and the solo one is not. I know actually 100% certainty the solo one is not visual because it's awful when your loot luck isn't flying. So like that's a big part of why drop rates feel so bad for some players, because a lot of people are unknowingly farming without any of their loot luck. So you can check, you just go into skills, go to hero page, see my loot luck is on right now. But sometimes it's not. And what it'll be is if you hover over this, the chaos and shrine multipliers that you can see, the 1.8 and the 1.25, those are sometimes not in the list. And that's because those will not properly apply when you first load in. You need to change maps or toggle your chaos level. So this does make save quit farming have extra steps, which is one of the many reasons why Chaos Chamber is just more efficient. But that's not the only reason. Don't run away from me.
Ready to cast. Incinerate.
When I hover over my stats, it pops up Windows details quickly and it goes away. Another UI bug. Yes, that is an annoying one. It's an inconsistent one as well. Sometimes it lets me look at my stuff, sometimes it doesn't. UI is not one of the strong points of this game, which is sad, but ultimately I hope they're able to correct as much of that as they possibly can. Gotta say, I love the idea behind loot luck itself, but I still feel like there should be a flat rate of 10% from level 1. Not a big fan of removing player choice when it comes to farming. The thing with that, though, Epic, is I feel like that decision was part of their interpretation of this dislike for seeing legendary drops ever. A lot of people are like, if I see a legendary any more frequently than infrequent, then the whole rarity is shit, throw it in the bin. There's a lot of people who think that way and vocalize that, and very vocal people are more likely to have their feedback hit home, you know? So their solution to that was, okay, loot luck. We can make this scale up with level, we can make this scale up with an actual thing that players, you know, invest in, whether that's their gear or their dice or their chaos level, you know, so it scales up over time. So naturally, as you go through the game, the rates get higher. 10% to start. With any amount of loot luck from leveling, that quickly gets to a point where it's just the same rates in BL3, and people complained incessantly about BL3 rates, which I don't think were too high. But there are people who will die on the hill that even dedicated drops in BL3 were too forgiving. And I'm like, that's not reality, but there's people who are gonna say that. So I think that's just how they ended up handling that particular feedback. This is just conjecture. This is all my opinion. But that's how I read that. So, like, do I think the dedicated drops could stand to be higher? Absolutely. I'm not overly concerned about it because of the nature of the kinds of gameplay I do. But do I think they could be a bit higher? Yeah. Do I think 10% at base? I'm not totally sold on that. But at least endgame dedicated drops before loot luck, I do support those being higher. I don't know about during the story or anything, but again, I'm not a huge playthrough person. Although I do plan on doing more playthroughs with this game. So I don't know. Godfall patch notes out early, posted Discord? Ooh. I'll have to look at that after stream, because I don't want to derail stream for an hour with Godfall stuff. As much as I want to. I think it's a great system, but with 3 drops per boss pool feels odd to not give people a flat rate. Yeah, the 3 drops per pool, that's puzzling. That's one of the decisions that got the most heat in BL3, and it's something they 2 separate times distributed things through the pool to get around. 2 separate times they reorganized the entire loot pool so that bosses wouldn't have that many individual drops. We still had a couple that had, like, 3 different drops, but, and then they just kinda did it again. All for the current system if they spread the pools out, but 3 drops per boss. Yeah. Agreed on that front for sure. Spreading the pools would be nice. Still not using Livewire, by the way, chat. This is Banshee projectiles doing the mobbing for me. And that was a blast chill on a Banshee projectile. That was spicy.
The skies will darken.
Yeah, once I get a better stat stick to hold for this, be spicy. Want to get rid of the 10% chance to get a drop and make it so each item in the pool has 10% chance to roll separately? Yes, I would like that. There's a couple enemies in BL3 that did that. Aurelia, for example, each of her items was in a separate pool, so you could get them independently of each other, you could get them all at once. And that worked out very nicely. I would definitely be in support of something like that. That's phase 1. Always love the idea of a bad luck protection mechanic on dedicated farming, like having a 1% increase for each run that you don't get it. I don't know, for Gearbox it's almost near impossible. Yeah, I'm not sure how they would implement that with, you know, the save quitting reset thing. But I do like the idea. You know, dupe protection and things like that, just player friendly. You like.
I've seen 1,000 faces like
Why are you there, Dragonborn? Awkward.
Darkness, please, before the light.
what? Did you multi-class, dumbass?
Invisibility bug. Joke's on you, I'm melee. Teleport again so I can see you, please. Okay, so we do have to shoot Bernadette. You know what else is player friendly? Not letting us rename our characters. I would like that to be changed as well. But, you know, we haven't had a patch yet, so we don't know what they have planned. And I'm keeping an open mind. It's not like we're in Borderlands 3 where they're busy working on other things and it's a 2-year-old game, so changes are unlikely. No, we're at prime time for them to mess with shit. So I'm optimistic. Patch must be juicy. Hoping for it. A little bit of UI stuff, a little bit of quality of life stuff, a little bit of balancing. It'd be pretty nice. We do shoot Bernadette. Fuck Bernadette.
Scorching smite! Remember this. You could have run.
Your hero's journey ends here.
Hold back. Strike.
I am invincible.
There you go, that's a melee Dragon Lord without Livewire. Not too bad, right? I'm head out, too tempted to derail the stream. That'll hang on Discord, go over to patch notes later though. Sounds good, Viper. Sounds good. You have a good one. Okay, Skulldugger pistols. That's what I'm looking out for. So that one's 25. I've been told there's 40. So keep an eye out for Skulldugger pistols. Managed Buffmeister had a system similar to Toxic Afflictions in Risk Rain 2. Oh, what? You get a permanent debuff every time you use it? That'd be funny. Nice reference, McG. I appreciate that. Chaotic kinetic friction. No thank you. Mind Rune. You tried, game. You gave it a shot. But unfortunately, we're back to the melee bunny. Passions for what? Godfall. Different game. Next Banshee I get, I'll switch to pistols for a while. Well, I guess the game made that decision for me. Because I want to look through Skulldugger pistols. Just need better rings. I feel you. I feel you. That is a very high damage push pin. That is a volatile push pin. Taking that. Thank you, game. You spoil me. You really do. Every ring I get so garbage. Once in a while I'll get like a really synergistic one. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. It has all these things together. And then the others in the pile are just, you know, trash. Yeah, chat. Let me know anyone who finds a high melee damage weapon to hold. A gun. I'd like to know values. No, 40 is the max. If there's any uniques we can target for that. We are, as a community, on a hunt for a Livewire alternative. That's a volatile one-handed hammer with Warrior. That's, like, pretty good. Like, 1k base damage for a one-hander is not bad at all. Honestly taking that. I might not use it, but I shouldn't leave that on the ground. Okay, here's an idea. We could get a melee crossbolt Skulldugger pistol. So I did some farming offline. Yeah, it do be like that. It do be like that. I haven't done that one yet, Epic. But the amount of people backing up their saves and such is a very large number, so, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if people are also doing that other thing. But yeah, so, a melee crossbolt Skulldugger pistol with 40% melee. That's kind of what we're looking out for. I feel like it's irresponsible to walk by volatile purples. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a bit. This is a saw blade, but it's not the melee one. And it's kind of hard to look through these. Stats on rings increase when there's less stats rolled on there. Sometimes it's a double roll, sometimes it is just you didn't get the full number of passes. It's a case-by-case basis. Still have yet to get a purple masher pistol. I've had one at a vending machine, I've not had a purple masher crossbow pistol. It was a non-crossbow one, unfortunately for me. ×3 Skulldugger AR. Nice. Continue to flex that rings is probably the best thing I've ever gotten in Wonderlands. Volatile with melee damage, melee crit chance, or damage. Increases effects when the buff half health. Cool. Congrats on the drop. I don't want a normal masher. And you know how high the damage is on the Vorkanar next Slam Fireball? I've not tested that yet. I used it very briefly and was unimpressed, but then again, I was on a Clawbringer, and Clawbringer is one of those high investment classes. You need to do a lot to get damage, and I wasn't doing a lot. So, maybe something for me to revisit. put that away. I want... Did I move to my mule? I had a triple-headed Hydra spell, I think. I don't remember what element it was. Let me look. Okay, cooldown. This isn't triple-headed, but it spawns another Hydra whenever an enemy damaged by it is killed. Small chance to spawn an additional Hydra damaging a boss. That could be good. I could try that out. Because what we're going for specifically is hit count. We don't care how much damage this Hydra does. We're using it to trigger our amulet. Sneezes. Suffering. Allergies. Pain. Kill me. Okay, here's a 3-headed Hydra. Firing more projectiles. That one already has a melee damage enchant on it. Take that. Maybe mess with it. There's another Hydra. We'll take that. See, being a hoarder sometimes pays off. I swear I had a 2-charge one somewhere. Cryo Hydra. Take that. Tell you the story of me dropping the exact same purple from 2 different vending machines? You did. You did. That happens sometimes. Managed to make a good melee claw yesterday. Beat Chaos 25. Let's go, Pico. That's awesome. There's a sigil that spawns 4 Hydras. Yes. As far as I'm aware, though, it cannot be enchanted, and that is a damage loss for me. Ultimately not worth it. But it is a cool spell. For other builds, I like it a lot. Okay, here's another Hydra. Ooh, 2 charges on this one. Me want. There's another Hydra. Extra projectile. What does extra projectile do on the Hydras? I know it doesn't spawn an extra Hydra, right? Or does it make the Hydra shoot an extra projectile? What does that do? It can be? It can be? Okay, cool. Cool. I'll have to maybe seek that out then. What's the cooldown like on that one, Houdini? I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. $27? Okay, kind of on the longer side, but if I get an Archmage health Banshee, I can justify that, I think. See, like, this one is 17. This one is kind of longer at 24 almost, but it has the 2 charges. That's why its cooldown's a bit longer. I like having the Fire Hydra, though, for the extra dot for Expose the Weakness. But I could probably justify using the Cryo one for damage. Let's see what we can get enchant-wise, because we're going to have to do some rerolling. Well, that's a good start. That is a good start. Okay. Let's go buy more backpack SDUs. I've been forgetting to do that. Good shout, Nova. Yeah, what's the name of the sigil, Houdini? I'm familiar with the item, but the name keeps escaping me. So we're gonna buy SDUs. We're gonna check vending machines. Always check your vendors. I think I might have a skeleton key. I could use that on the way back as well. Maybe use that skeleton key. I'm keeping an eye out for Hydra spells. Obviously for Banshees. These elemental blasts can have a part that spawns a Hydra, so looking at those. Here's a Hydra. This 43,000% spell radius is always amusing to see. Yeah, 22.5. The cooldown's a little bit better because it doesn't have the second charge. Yeah, okay. Rings with melee damage is something I'm looking out for. Spectral Talon spells. Iridescent Vigilant Sigil. Okay, so Vigilant Sigil. Income Cold and Lightning. Good to know. Thank you. Skulldugger Pistols, something I'm keeping an eye out for. If you can get the 40 melee with the crossbow barrel, that'll be ideal. Because then I can get a melee crossbows. That's a very specific stat stick, holy shit. And then, even getting that, then I'd have to worry about enchants. Enchant bricking, can that just go? Please? Anyone know what Storm Dragon Judgment enchant does for Claw? I found an enchant for Cleansing Flames. There's one for increased melee damage, I believe 30% after using Storm Dragon's Judgment, Lil Rob. Okay, so we spent a ton of money just now, but we didn't get... What? Okay, it didn't update. UI be like... It's still showing me it's 60 out of 60, but I have 66 slots. UI be like, hopefully that properly updates when I change areas and such. Gave me a heart attack. Money's a commodity in this game. It's not easy to get that much. That was like a lot of runs of various things. Who should my second character be? Stabba is my only one right now. Something with Berserker. I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
Shall I go? Nope. So
I can stop playing Berserker anytime I want to. Let's use a skeleton key. Nothing too noteworthy in here. That's a Singularity Sigil. 14-second cooldown. That's not bad. One of the Ring Calamities. I'm not messing around with those much. There's like 4 different kinds of calamities, 5 different kinds. It's crazy. Hot garbage. Did someone say Berserker? Someone should. Someone should always say Berserker. Nope. Alright, that's fine. So let's try out this Hydra. This enchant will increase our enrage by a good bit. It'll increase our blast chill as well. So I think that'll work out a little bit better for us than that all damage 20 we had over there. We've got active lightning boosting our Banshee and our Livewire when we're using that. Livewire has active elemental damage. I want to see how crazy our damage is while holding Livewire now, to be honest. It's gotta be nuts, right? Did I not switch back from my my gun damage? I didn't. Huh. So yeah, I did that entire last run with the wrong amulet on. Whoopsie. Does it matter what your primary class is? Does it get additional bonus of your secondary class? No. No. The only difference is you can change your secondary class on a character. You cannot change your primary class. Now, in terms of on gear, the order that the classes roll in your class mod matters, because that on your not your class mod, on your armor, because the first class that rolls gets a higher class power than the second one, and also the order of the classes determines which skills roll on the armor. But in terms of your character, just specifically your character, not gear, no, it doesn't affect anything.
Think you can make it?
Thanks for the answer, you're very welcome. How you doing today, Yubi? Do that all the time with the blue 30% luck amulet? Yeah, newbie. It's hard to remember sometimes. Is quest reward always the top item in vendors? Yeah, if you have a quest reward in the vendor, it'll always be in the item of the day slot, to my knowledge.
Primordial serpent!
Two charges on that Hydra is nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't really hit anything because it's stupid.
Magic time!
Had quest items be second slot too, but no further down. What was in the first slot? What was in the first slot? Was it also a quest item? Because it might be able to just be each slot independently then. It just might sort to the top. Entirely possible.
These lands are a beauty.
Yeah, when those Hydras crit, the damage spike is noticeable. Them critting gives me a bunch of damage, and I love it. Oh yeah, there was a bonus objective. Oh well. Yeah, getting one of these with more beneficial passes for me would be nice. Status effect damage isn't nothing, but the loot luck isn't helping me in combat at all. But lightning damage berserker power is the main bit. Ouch. Samuel a lot, don't even need it. It's a good one. Think of it as just an overly wordy way of saying more crit damage. Because your crits make companion crit. Or how does it word it? Yeah, your crits make your companion crit more. Your companion crits make your crits hit harder. So it's just crit to get more crit damage. Basically. I need the cooldown amulet. Sounds like you're not using Berserker Capstone. Have you considered using Berserker Capstone? Hey, material. Nice. No, OBS, don't do that. Wasn't on that monitor. Behave. Now I have companions, you can always change that. Big stick hit big numbers, indeed. How would the melee that summons Hydras work with that class mod? Raw damage too low to work? Which class mod? Which armor? The one that teleports Hydras, or you mean this one? So, like, for this setup, I would think Snake Stick's damage would be pretty low, in all honesty. It has a pretty low base compared to the Banshee. Also, the Banshee's projectiles are doing a lot of my mobbing for me. They also count as melee damage, so they're also delivering, blast chill. Is there any AR-oriented or sniper-oriented build in this game? Weapon variety is less compared to Borderlands? I would not say that the weapon variety is less at all, Yuvi. The thing is, the game's a week old and people aren't experimenting very much. There's lots of weapons in each category, except launchers are something I haven't quite cracked yet, but I have a feeling dot builds are going to use launchers. But there are weapons in each class that I find myself using, unique and non-unique. In the AR category, a lot of people like the Rogue Imp. In terms of what I use for ARs, I like the ×4 black powder ARs, the mashers with crossbow barrel. Those are very, very good. Let's keep an eye out for those. For snipers, the Carouser is really good. It's a black powder sniper. 1 mag, fire, very good damage. The Skeet Prod and the Sawmill have some pretty good DPS. They're very bullet hosey. I haven't used the Envy yet. I don't know if people like that one or not. You tried the manual transmission, wondering if it can be made any good. So, the thing with it is manual transmission has kind of crap damage. And it's super gimmicky. Like, you need to be shooting and changing gears and nothing else. So, like, by the time you get it ramped up to the point where it's doing some damage, any other gun would just be in another room killing other enemies. So, I don't personally think the manual transmission is worth your time. At least not with what's currently known. Thanks for the info. You're welcome. And I know it's easy to feel like you hit a wall with some item categories aren't good, but it's important to remember that the game is a week old, and for at least Borderlands 3, we were still discovering things about launch items 2 years later. 2 years later. And with a game with a part system like this, where there's so much variance in terms of how items can roll, there's a lot of items that getting or not getting a particular part on them is make or break. Like Torg shotguns, for example. You get a ×18 sticky Torg shotgun with a 2 mag, it's absolutely disgusting. Extremely good damage, outright some of the highest DPS in the game. You get that same shotgun with a 5 mag, 1 projectile instead of 18, which is a 2-part difference, and it's suddenly completely worthless. It's gonna vary a lot. Ever find an upgraded body rocker? I did not. Never found an upgrade. How does manual transmission work? Basically, you shoot it, and you shift gears up while shooting it. So it's a timing-based thing. But if you time the gear shift, then the mag will refill, and you'll get increased fire rate. Wow, that was damage. And you can shift up several times. I don't know what the cap is, but you can get some pretty high fire rate out of the manual transmission. It's just it's very awkward to do. Like, you need to stand there and do a thing in a way that no other item or mechanic makes you do. For an amount of damage, it isn't really worth it. But it's certainly a cool gun. I love the creativity. One thing that you can absolutely say about the uniques in this game is they all feel unique. What's a body rocker? Body rocker is one of the types of Torg shotguns. It's the one that can be ×18. Standstill armor would maybe help manual transmission? Maybe, yeah. Spellblade. Caustic Spellblade. We'll take. Probably end up throwing that one out later, but better to have it and decide I later don't need it. It's the hoarder mentality. Does Enrage apply cryo to everything, or is it just cryo weapons? It is a cryo bonus element, Jade Randy. So you get that on top of all your damage that isn't already bonus elements or status effects. Sword Explosion useful? If you got a ×3 in an appropriate element for your target, you can do okay with it, but generally Sword Explosion is one of the weaker shotguns. So the dolly pistol, it just has a big mag. Is that what the Perceiver's thing is? Kill mods to look out for: a Caustic, Echo, Warrior. So for this particular build that I'm doing right now, there's an argument for almost all of the hilt mods. Echo is really good damage delivery because we have our dots, we have our blast chill, and we have our live wire all building up our Echo. Warrior is going to make you tankier and give you just very good consistent damage. I'm sure you could build into dots with Caustic. Archmage would be really good for cycling your spells. Ancient is good if you're not running Berserker Capstone, but Ancient is not one that I would particularly go for this setup personally. It's something you can make work though. Rampage is one that you don't want for this build because it gives crit chance, and that doesn't matter when we're in From the Shadows. So I'd avoid Rampage. What shield using? Body Rune. Ever tell you how much I hate Son of a Witch? Son of a Witch is very cathartic when you're fighting him on a build that bullies him, for sure. What are the best melee weapons? I'm really enjoying the Banshee Rager. It's the highest base damage one, and the projectiles that spawn from it are also melee, and do good damage, and seek out other targets, so it's good for mobbing. It's the only thing I noticed has a 50 mag, which is kind of big for a pistol. Other than that, just normal burst pistol with normal damage. Please correct me if I missed something. I haven't used the weapon much, so I don't know, but maybe there's something there. Found the Gluttony's very effective. I like the Gluttony, the Handbow, the Liquid Cooling, stickies in general, in the shotgun, pistol, and AR variety for Torg. This melee build does really well against him. Any build where you feel like you're not able to keep up the pressure on him while you're dealing with a bird, you can always throw some Hydras or Pixies or Shrikes out to keep chipping while you deal with the bird. Get fucked, Zomboss. Didn't even leave the platform. You love to see it. Build coming together nicely.
Time for a smell.
True melee gaming, it do be that way. Hey, 11-minute run. Nice. Once we get this Cryo Banshee chat, it's gonna be a game changer. Volatile Cryo Banshee would be, Hey, Sawmill, only ×2 though. I never see these. I want a ×3 Sawmill with, like, good stuff on it, but I never get them. I don't remember to look at the purples. Yeah, this is the kind of crossbolt I'm looking for on a pistol. So I suppose I want a ×3 crossbow barrel Skulldugger pistol with melee crossbolts and a 40% melee. I don't know if I even can get the 40% with the crossbow barrel, but that's such a specific role. Any fears that stand out? They're just kind of all good, Mr. Outlaw. Hard to go wrong. Chaotic Twin Soul, Vampire and Warrior, take it. Maybe useful. I'm being a hoarder again. I'm aware of it at least. I'd say the lightning bolts are like the weakest of the Furiors. However, the lightning bolts are the ones I enjoy the most. They're just cool. Do the Daggerstorm Furiors get melee? No. Is there a legendary variant? Yes, the Gluttony. Gluttony is a dark magic locked Daggerstorm pistol. Let me look at the thing. It's a chaotic frying pan with ancient. I'll take it. Acknowledging your hoarding is the first step solving the problem. You guys are relentless.
Magic time!
I don't know if a times 18 Cryo Saga is any good. I've not used the Hyperius shotguns too much, Megalodiba, but I'm pessimistic about them, if we're being honest. Love to be proven wrong, but so far they haven't seemed very good. Outside of one of the uniques. Two of the uniques. A Haunting Hydra. So these are cool. These are like pixies. I'll buy that. I'll show you guys.
Hydra's
Hey,
ready!
there's a pixie. You can interact with them too. Yeah. Nova was using this save to farm Nightmare. I just repurposed it because I didn't have a base Sabomancer level, so. Let's put that away. Put that Calamity away. Smart Armor can go. Frying Pan. Too many fucking Banshees on me. Why do I have so many Banshees? So many Banshees, but none of them are the right one. Pain, suffering, agony. Put away that bad egg. We did get an extra body rune. Where's that? Okay, that's there. I want to reroll that. Because there's a Stabo enchant I still haven't tried on this build that I would like to. Let's see if we can get it on this this body rune. Well, it's well on its way to being bricked. Twin Soul is fun, so many mixes. Yeah, it's a cool item. I like that. Need to go badger someone, see if I can trade for their Twin Soul. Do you know what the Blank Slate Armor does? Just got it and makes no sense. So it can do a number of different things depending on what it rolls, African Cat. Depending on what red text effects you get on it, it can do different things. But I believe a list is pinned in the resources channel in the Discord.
Think you can make
Some
it?
of the effects are pretty good. I forgot to change spells back. I'm still using the Haunting Hydra. I want to use the... Where is it? That one? What fucking Hydra was I using? What element was my Hydra? It was Cryo, right? Okay. Not you. Not you. It was you. Oh, thanks, Barrow.
Let the magic begin! Invisible!
No, I don't want fucking companion crit chance, although 17% companion crit chance is kind of high.
I've still got some fight left in me.
Trusted magic with an armored defense. You shouldn't have Dragon Lord. That's so nice. What does the words on the bottom of the Buffmeister mean? So each one will give a different bonus. Bonk is increased melee damage. These values are about 80% at level 40, by the way. So Bonk is about 80% increased melee damage. Zap is about 80% increased spell damage. Pew is fire rate, gun damage, and handling, and reload speed. Yeah, I think it's all those. It might not be gun damage. I think it's just fire rate, handling, reload speed. It's just gun related stuff. Let's look at the other ones. I'm forgetting something. Kachow is ability stuff. Yeah, there's a list pinned in the Discord. There's also a command, ! Buffmeister. We'll show you everything you need to know about the Buffmeister, including what those words do. Credit to CZ for that. And basically, those words are the real star of the show on Buffmeister. Like, sure, the bonus element is absolutely nutty. It's batshit insane. But the thing about it is you could completely remove the bonus element it gives, the direct damage increasing thing, and Buffmeister is still one of the best spells in the game. That's how nuts it is. Because who cares about the bonus element when you're getting 60% movement speed and 80% to just your damage? Every Buffmeister gives 60% movement speed, by the way. Everyone will leave, but your card just says no. I don't drive, so can't relate, but big mood. Sorry that happened to your era. They reduce all the values by 50% to be usable? No, it wouldn't. Reducing the interesting utility stuff of it is not what I want. I want it to not be the dumbest damage application source in the entire game for, like, every build that doesn't need a specific damage output spell. Because, like, you see how high this damage on this build is? It'd be higher with a Buffmeister. Just slapping it on. Doesn't change how I approach anything, just makes damage bigger. The spell legitimately does not need the bonus element to be on there at all. Game, you okay? There we go. Hey Tizzle, how you doing? The Milkman himself. It's good to see you. How do you dodge Nightmare's whole area attack in the second phase? Like 3 of those attacks, you just crouch. You just crouch. Just goes right over your head.
I feel magical.
Yo, stop dodging me, bro. Come on.
Better get my...
There we go. But all its elements just a flat amount. Yeah, and then it gets damage formula. What melee weapon are you using? I'm using a Banshee right now. GG. Fucking love this build. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for giving us up, J. Adriani. I appreciate it. 237 in the channel. Thank you so much. Doing good, dude. Been avoiding Wonderland streams. Like a bit of avoiding going outside. Good to be back. It's good to see you, Sizzle. And yeah, this is probably becoming my favorite build that I've made so far for this game. And it's a melee build. It's a lot of fun. Melee is good in Wonderlands, chat. It's good. That's my Hydra up there. Okay. You do you, Hydra.
Time for a spell! I call on thee, Hydra!
Melee's fun to change the pace? Yeah. Fuck them ads. Mr. Adblock doing his thing. Krieg would be proud. You could probably make this build work with Selective Amnesia for real Krieg vibes. Run around on fire punching things. But I like smart armor for the crit stuff. That's rude. This one resist shock, that's what's getting me there. Good now, though.
Their strength wanes. Back in business.
There we go. Did you notice something? Quickly read Shadow Step. Next melee attack is guaranteed crit for a short duration. Mostest unkindest cut of all. What about it? Doesn't apply on melee kill, rather every other kill that isn't melee. Well, it's just a kill skill, Nova. It just says kill skill. I don't have a command for that, Exotic Gamer, but I can go over the current build and spec again for you after this run, if you would like me to. You just remind me in the loot room, and I'll go over the skill tree and gear and everything. Doesn't let you chain kills together for crits. So, if I was to kill an enemy with a swing, the next swing won't be a crit. You know, I'm not taking the skill for this build anyway, but I'm just curious. Melee doesn't retrigger. Might have to do with when it's applied. Interesting. Good to know.
Primordial serpent!
Hi, cat.
Recharge!
It's a cat. Fly and refresh at the same time, so it didn't work. Ah.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is a Kevin near me? Hey, Kevin. Vorkanar again? Not tried Vorkanar post upgrades. Shouldn't be too bad. See how this goes.
On my behalf!
Oh, poorly planned. Spawn me some ads working on it, please. Thank you, brother.
I ride the wings of peril! I'm barely ready!
Damn ads.
Feed the beast!
What have you done?
Any health vials? No? Okay.
What bombs?
Guess we go on bareback.
How swiftly fall!
Okay, fuck you too, working on.
Our battle's not yet over!
Without matching elements, working on is a little bit awkward currently. Getting a better Poison Banshee would help a lot. But, still doable. Can the Fatebreaker be Frost? I don't know. Maybe. Pretty sure the projectiles are always shock. But I don't know about the element of the weapon itself. Hey, Simple Rick. Enjoyed lurking today. I need to drop by more often. Gotta go now, so see you next time. Take it easy, Simple Rick. Always a pleasure to have you. Hope your day's a good one. You show build now? Absolutely. Absolutely. So, skill tree wise, we are down Berserker Tree all the way to the Capstone. The important skills to max out are the Old Ways, Blood Frenzy, and Iron Squall, and also Icebreaker, but make sure you max these 3. Now, there's a bunch of other one-pointers and partial investment stuff here. Important one-pointers, Unarmored Defense, Blast Chill, and Relentless Rage. Very good quality of life, extremely good value for 1 point for each of them. We got all the Dragon Lord sign symbols. I'm gonna be honest, Sergeant Damned. No, and I don't plan on it. It's not something I really care about. I'm a gameplay guy. If it gives me something in gameplay, sure, but it doesn't. I don't really care. We go 3 Ancestral Frost, 3 Savagery. You can customize these splits to taste. If you're doing less Frost and you want a little more beefy damage outside of your Enrage, you could go 5 here, and then, minimal here. But I like splitting the balance here, because Frost is going to improve if I use a Frost weapon, but also my Blast Chill and my Enrage. Old Ways is bonus damage and damage reduction based on range. If you're in melee, you're close to enemies, so you get full benefit of this. Icebreaker is damage against slowed enemies, which you are slowing enemies always with your Enrage and your Blast Chill, and also if you're using a Cryo weapon, you get the idea here. Cold Snap is move speed and efficiency with your Cryo. Unarmored Defense, one of the best defensive skills, you just take that. I have 1 point Ancient Fury for area damage for our Blast Chill damage formula, and the Berserker Capstone's what's letting us be in from the shadows so often and get the cooldown back so quickly. We've got max Arsenal for damage, we've got max haste for movement speed and attack speed, we've got max follow-up. This is so when we shoot things while we're closing a gap, we stack up to 60% more melee damage on our next hit, which can really help chaining these one-shots against enemies. Swift Death is damage for moving fast. Exploit Their Weakness is just really, really good damage for having status effects. Particularly, this comes into play against bosses. And we have 1 point Contagion to help facilitate getting multiple types of dots for Exploit Their Weakness. We're using From the Shadows so that all our damage for the duration crits. We get a penalty to our crit damage during this, but this doesn't matter because we're combining that with the Smart Armor legendary armor effect, which lowers our crit chance, increases our crit damage. But when our action skill is up, everything crits. So we come out of that with a net crit damage bonus. It'd be worth to run a Burr Claw Armor for extra Blast Chill points. Probably a crappy wizard. The play here is probably a Smart Armor with good passives. Burr Primary, Claw Secondary, so you get that 2 out of 1 Blast Chill. That's probably the play, but a Stabbo Berserker Armor can roll 3 points in haste, which is a lot of attack speed. So it really depends on what you're prioritizing. Harder hitting Blast Chills would be very nice, but more swings is also more Blast Chills. So there's an argument for either one. Running this one also increases your Stabomancer power, which gives you more crit chance for more consistency outside of From the Shadows. There's some value in that. We're using a Wailing Banshee. That is absolutely the weapon for this build. It's got the highest damage of any melee weapon in terms of the base damage. And additionally, the projectiles that spawn from the Wailing Banshee effect are really good at mobbing. They also do melee damage, and they'll seek out enemies. And they also can deliver Blast Chill. So they can hit really, really hard. Your hilt mod doesn't matter much on this. There's use for pretty much any of the hilt mods. With the exception of Rampage, that's the one you don't want in this build. So try not to get a Rampage hilt. Just get the correct drop for it. In terms of element, I am on the lookout for a Frost one. I really want a Frost one. I've not gotten it yet. Frost specifically because that's going to get the bonus from Ancestral Frost, and a Frost weapon triggering Ancestral Frost will cause Blast Chill to double dip the Frost bonuses, meaning significantly harder hitting Blast Chills. But no luck yet. Livewire is the melee stat stick to hold. Every other melee hit will trigger a Livewire chain, which delivers gun damage, which means it stacks up Echo very well. Also just good damage application over areas, decent damage value on it, can apply a lot of dots. It's just a good weapon to hold. We are on the lookout for other weapons to hold, though. Like this Liquid Cooling has a 25% melee damage. I've been told that you can get up to 40% blades, which would be pretty good. So I'm looking out for that. Also, if you want to make this work with crossbolt weapons or saw blade weapons that have the melee version, you can absolutely try that. That's something I have an interest in. The Tootherator is a Hyperion sniper that is 9 projectiles per shot, and the teeth give a melee bonus, so you could try that out as well. Something I've been sciencing on the side. And in these 2 weapon slots are just a Nightshade or White Rider for if I need to shoot things and I run out of pistol ammo. Hey Boom, how you doing? What's the name of the Save Your Soul bird skill? It's Relentless Rage. In terms of gear, Body Rune is healing and damage. You want it. Rings, we just have melee stuff. Shark Lesson is probably the play here. I just want one with melee crit damage. I've not gotten that yet. I'm using a Hydra here specifically because I'm using a Joint Training, which Fatemaker crit hits increase Companion crit chance, and Companion crits increase Fatemaker crit damage. So you crit to make your pet crit more, to make you crit harder. It's basically a very complicated way of saying this thing makes your crits 30% stronger. And since we're critting a lot with From the Shadows, that's a lot of damage. So we're using a Hydra specifically just to trigger this. There are better Hydras to use, this is just the one I have. How are you? Doing great. Melee build is absolutely sick, Boom. It's slapping hard. And then in terms of hero stats, max crit damage, of course. I maxed spell cooldown second, and then I put the rest in crit chance. The crit chance is doing nothing for me while my action skill is up, but it is something while my action skill is not up. Since I have Berserker Capstone, I didn't really feel the pressure to go into skill cooldown, but you could choose to do that if you want to. Or take a little extra tank from Constitution, or you could build more in 2 dots with Wisdom. Really, the big parts that matter, crit damage, spell cooldown. That's the build. Now let's fail at getting the Banshee we want. Positive feedback loops? Yeah. Expecting Stabbo Burr is so hard because every single skill is just so damn good. Yeah. I always am biased towards a Berserker over Spec in this multi-class combo, I must say. Amp Ragnarok. No thank you. Chaotic Ragnarok with Rampage. Meh. It's non-LE as well. Yeah, no thank you. Unfortunate run loot-wise. For hero stats and Spellshock Greyborn, what 2 should I max and what's the 3rd I should dump into? Crit, and then if you're running Spellshock Capstone, probably doesn't matter much, but if you're not running Spellshock Capstone, which you're very likely not, because, you know, getting down to Blast Gasp in the tree is big damage for that setup, then you're probably looking at spell cooldown for your 3rd. So this is the enchant I was thinking about, chat. This is the one I was thinking. After getting a gun kill, gain 20% melee damage and 30% movement speed for 5 seconds. We need to test to see if this triggers off of Livewire. So I will buy this. Thank me for testing. Not saying to thank me for testing. I'm thanking myself for testing. The crit damage and crit chance? Yes, I would say so, Avari. Because Blast Gasp requires a spell crit. So crit chance improves your Blast Gasp consistency, and crit damage improves your damage. Thanks a ton. Always welcome. Can you help me with something? What's up? Always happy to answer questions. What can I put away? My bank is getting pretty full again. A bit awkward. Can I get further than Chaos 15? Just won't let me. So something that often happens is when you talk to the Dragon Lord and it shows Chaos Trial, it won't have the level loaded properly here. So what you need to do is select something else and then just click back over, and then it works. So it might be that for you. I know a lot of people have had that issue. So just hover over Chaos Trial, change it back. That doesn't work. What specifically is happening for you then? Reloaded the game, no luck.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Maybe put in a ticket with 2K support. I would recommend, if you do that, attach a video of the problem. If you can. But, on 315 in a row won't get past 15. And you did that toggle thing every time? Yep. Yeah, put in a ticket with 2K support. Attach a video if you can. That helps them immensely in troubleshooting. Game, you okay? So we'll have to see if my movement speed goes up. Oh wait, no, I can't test this on the live wire because I don't have the live wire out. I'd have to have swap speed to swap. See, this is what my brain is like after 4 hours of streaming. It doesn't function. So I need to get that enchant on the live wire itself. But I'll test. I'll keep that item as a reminder. But if that enchant triggers off of live wire chains, which it should because they're gun damage, that's melee damage for killing with melee. Trident Friends instance, that could be a fix. Good shout, Seth. Worth attempting. Party time. We got party time, so I'll take another curse. Do the live wire chains proc Stabos on gun damage skills? Yes. Yes, they do. But note that, I think this one might require you actually shooting. I don't recall. We can test. We can see if I get follow-up stacks. But it does trigger the capstone. Need a second enemy. Yeah, I got a follow-up stack. So yeah, it does. Does trigger follow-up.
I call on thee, Hydra! As always, good triumphs over evil. Or was it lawful over chaos?
Wasn't certain of that because it's very hard to actually notice that without density. Yeah, I have 4 stacks of follow-up now. Ooh. Chaotic Ring. Spell damage, not much else worth having. Accidental white item. Couldn't be a fire mode objective. So what kinds of melee weapons do you guys enjoy? Which melee weapon effects have tickled your fancy the most? I'm a Banshee addict. But on other builds, I like other items. I'm just curious which ones hit best for you. I'll just hit you anyway. It's fine. Everything's fine. I did not protect Butt Stallion. That's my bad.
You could have run.
Oh, leave me alone.
What incredible technique should I learn?
It's worth playing to upgrade gate difficulty. Oh, paying to upgrade. So elite rooms? Yeah, it can be. You get more crystals from enemies in an elite room. So as long as you can handle the difficulty spike and don't mind it taking a little bit longer, yeah, it's worthwhile. So yeah, I'll do an elite room. Like the punch melee when nothing's equipped. That could maybe be fun to build around. Get deleted, King Archer. Get deleted me. That's fine. I don't want you to do the math on Elite Portal. I'll put it on my to calculus, but in my experience so far, it's generally slightly more profitable to do Elite rooms. Particularly rooms where you're gonna be there killing enemies for a while. Like, always try to do Elite if you know you can handle it, if your build is good, on Obelisk rooms. Because then, killing all the adds will drop you a large amount of crystals. That's a high damage magic barrage for a blue, honestly. Crit damage, crit chance. It's trying. Nice. Good for that one. Skulldugger with crossbolts, but not melee crossbolts.
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Hey Lyman, is there a Kevin near me? There is a Kevin. There's Kevin right here. Does Elite affect the amount of crystals in chests? I don't believe so. I think it's just enemies. Yeah, Danny Dead. How are you today? Alive, why are you wanna hit that enemy I was aiming at? No? It's understandable. I don't really hit when I aim either. Good, how are you? Can't complain. Really enjoying this melee build. Start on your magic build gear docs. Theory crafting and setting up of community resources is still ongoing. It has only been a week, and making something like the community build documents not only takes a lot of time and a lot of coordination, where everyone's schedules are crazy, and I know a lot of us content creators are or working overtime, basically. So having the time is a big thing, but also landscape of builds and balance is not stable. Like, we've not even had our first patch yet. So we don't know, one, we're still finding interactions. Two, we don't know what's going to remain the way it is. So it's probably going to be a bit before you see community documents in the same vein as BL3. But we do have plans to do it. Particle slider. Be nice. That was fast room. I think I do a melee build. Lights are way too bright that close up. I do have a lot of stuff happening.
My conscience is clean, villain. The forces of darkness
Why'd
encroach.
you teleport me? That was rude. Get back here.
This scrap is good for the blood.
Let the magic begin.
Cool. That was a fun room. I enjoyed that. How's Bill do against Drill? I switched to guns, to be honest. Against Drill and Banshee, I just switched to guns. Got a chaotic cryo Banshee with Echo if you want it. Please, Pak. Can you drop a save for that in the community saves channel, if that's convenient for you, in the Discord? Someone tell me what secondary class to have my primary as Clawbringer. I got you. DM me the save? Thank you. That works too. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's huge. Let's see. Let's go until we get a Clawbringer. Nightbot. There you go. Do Spore Warden. Mystics Unknown. Do Spore Warden. You have 5 minutes? Yeah, no rush, no rush. You're doing me a favor, I appreciate it. I just want to drop a save, a bunch of rings, amulets, and comms I can share. It's in your... through your My Games folder. You'll find it. No, I do not, Bob. I do not.
Heads up.
And those Banshee projectiles are so strong. It's crazy. I really like the Banshee. It makes me happy. we actually managed to skip the face? On melee? No, that's bullshit. It was so close. Oh, we just need a little more damage, chat. It's like a tiny bit more. Yeah, Sham. It's Sham with brimming, I want that.
I'm an army all my own.
We almost one-cycle Dragon Lord on melee.
Primordial serpent.
Kneel before your dragon lord! Oh, 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 oh. The forces of evil are my command.
Oops. Just don't go anywhere. Or immediately go somewhere. You know, that's totally what I said.
Aha! Was there ever a that?
Does build need to be finished, you think? Better element banshees.
Let us tap out.
Like, I'm just kind of using a shotgun for everything right now. Just having good coverage across multiple elements would do a lot. Getting crit damage on my ring that doesn't have melee crit damage. Awkward. Sir, stop doing that. What else would I need? Better rolls on my amulet, I'd say. That would help a lot. Because I don't have anything increasing my damage, passes-wise on my amulet. I almost got clipped. That'd have been awful. There we go. Chambers considered dungeons? Thank you for testing. I've not tested. I'd assume so, because a lot of them are the same maps as encounters, which are dungeons, so I'd assume so, but thank you for testing. Swapped over to Stable yesterday. I'm conflicted over whether I should invest in Swift Death or not. If I'm understanding correctly, basically scales 1% bonus damage for 10% movement speed. If so, I feel like I would need more boost speed on gear to make it worthwhile. It's global damage, boom. It's global damage in tier 2. What else are you gonna take there? Biosent, thank you. I appreciate it, Pac. What else are you gonna take? The Hammer and Anvil Ward proc get affected by melee stats. Melee damage, yes. Melee damage increases. Should increase it. Need to look at purple pistols. Even blues, really, I should look at. Anyone had an experience in Chaos runs where it feels like enemies get weaker, just killed Pickord in 6 shots or so? Yes, Stuff Beaver, that is a bug that sometimes happens. So sometimes your Chaos will not apply the HP properly to enemies, so you'll be fighting Chaos 0 health with your Chaos 20 build. Sometimes that happens. A save quit fixes it. My magic barrages rarely try. Ugh. Alright, let's go. Come on. Got some crystals and a dream. Still want more elements of Banshee. Chaotic Twin Soul with Vampire and Echo. That's not a bad find. I get bonus damage from the tier 5 crit skill, so while there isn't much that'll be better to get in that tier, I may just meme around dot stuff if it isn't super impactful. So this, if I'm remembering correctly, or tier 5, oh, so I mean this one, you get global damage from down here. So like, it's a matter of, do you want maybe not super impactful global damage, or do you want likely completely non-impactful without further investment into the mechanics dot damage? Like, I'd still go the global damage, but that's going to be a setup by setup thing. If you have other stuff helping dots, like let's say you have a caustic hilt or a diamond guard sword or a fish or something, you know, some dot stuff, then yeah, this could probably win out if you're going that deep into Stabo tree, because that's global. And depending on your other tree, if you have global damage there, like if you have Graveborn for your other tree, then, you know, maybe that loses a bit of value. Snake stick. Let's go Amulet for a little bit. Played this game last night, good game. Hey, I'm glad you like it, Alfie. I'm a big fan of this game as well. So I want this, but like with better stats. Still Berserker power. I want it with either lightning damage or frost damage. Either one works. What if I reject move speed for the standstill armor bonus? That's great in some situations. Move speed is really helpful for some fights, but sometimes you don't need to move much, so damage can be nice. Especially with gun builds, there are often situations you could just stand still. So it is an approach. Hang on, that was a 15 melee. I assume green lowers the quality of one of those, because it does that with melee weapons. So, or no, it's probably 2 blades to get one with 15, one with 25 is likely how it works. Okay, good to know. Hydro. Only has it used for a mule? Wonderful. I appreciate it. That is extremely helpful. I'll probably go and set that up after stream. Going heavy Stabo at the moment. Depends on how much global damage you have then, Loki Legend. Depends on how much global damage you have. But yeah, so this melee build's coming along. I'm gonna keep fine-tuning this while I work on some other builds and stuff. I think this is gonna be it for stream today. I know a lot shorter than last stream, but I have a couple errands I want to run, and I want to grab some food. I'm hungry. I've been up for longer than I usually am at this point. So, follow me on all the socials here on Twitch if you haven't already. Love to see more of you guys. Let's find somewhere we can raid into. I'll be live tomorrow. Business as usual. Let's see, K6 is still on, Lazy's on, Pascaroni's on, Birdman's on, Jelly's playing. You know, I'm gonna be over there anyway. So let's go over to Lazy. So for raid message, let's do... Copy this. Quag Hype, true melee viable Quag Hype. Let's go say hi to Lazy. He's doing the same kind of stuff. Very talented build crafter, playing Wonderlands. There's no doubt you all know him already, but he's a friend to all people. So definitely copy this raid message. Let's go give him some love. I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much. I'll probably be hanging out in the Discord a little bit later today, crafting builds and just chatting with the community. So if you'd like to stop by there, I'd love to have you there as well. But thank you once again. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Wibbles, or the other one.